blue spruce trees. Actually, I lost 3 of them. And then I had 2, and I don't know what they were. I brought them back from Michigan. Real nice, real fine needles on really a pretty tree. And they were probably 20 feet tall. And half of them brown. Just the bottom was got brown. They were really nice. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it was too cold, too dry.
Too dry is what mine died.
Yeah, I did it. We'll cut those things off. Takes a long time to replace them.
Oh, you bet. You know, in Alaska, they claim cutting trees is like mining. It doesn't come back, you know. That's how slowly they grow up there.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of years getting these up to where they are.
Do you have pivots in the corners then? No, you don't. I do. I got the pivot. And it's got that set aside for wildlife. I feel like I had fun when I was young to go hunting with some kids. There's no place to go otherwise. They'll be here. He's looking eventually.
Could be, yeah. I thought, well, yeah, yesterday they were here at 7:30.
So did you do any much yet? Did you do much yet? Or I
Just keep the place going.
yeah, I mow the yard and stuff like that.
Yeah, I just did.
You seen Junior right there? He stopped in quite a while ago, but I haven't seen him for a long time.
I never seen him.
Hey, Phil.
Yeah.
Wait here since.
No, it's gonna be a little bit, bud.
No, we were out driving around last year. Out north out there where he's got some cattle or something. Driving down the road, so we happened to meet him on the road.
Oh, yeah.
That's like the last time I seen him.
It's been 3 months ago, maybe, that he was at my house.
Oh, yeah.
Go for coffee. Otherwise,
I usually go up to Mel's.
yeah. Jim was up there, I think, Abel.
Who?
Jim Abel?
Yeah. Dennis saw.
Oh, he was up there. I go up to,
Dean's on Traeger.
oh, yeah.
Oh, sometimes there's 8, 9 of us, sometimes it's only 2 or 3.
I go up to a friend of mine is he mows the lawn in the park. And during their break, I go up there and have coffee with him. Talk, and that's about it.
Where's that at?
At the park in West Point, they got a fix-up shop. They're nice out there. Not every day in the week, but once or twice a week. God, yesterday I couldn't walk over the dam. I don't know why we're going there.
I'll tell you what, I sit for a while, I would get up and nothing wants to go.
Yeah.
Everything hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, part of that is we worked when we were out. And I think, anyway,
Well, I worked hard.
yeah, I'm sure you did. It was hard work. Then we had to use our hands to move the bales. Now we take the loader. In fact, some of them are like kids. unless they can use a loader or something with a seat on it, they don't do it, you know.
I know. Everything's so much easier.
Yeah, that's what hydraulic. And I guess doing it.
Yeah,
You know,
I do too. I like running the combine and there's so much
way up there.
stuff connected with how you got to punch in this and that every field and all that kind of stuff.
for yield.
Yeah, I don't understand it, so I don't get around the combine.
That's about right. It's a good technology for you to take to the USDA office. For that matter, they got to help too. They just look at a picture and they don't ask us to measure anymore.
Do you have any animals today that you're showing?
How's it going?
Well, he's parking his car.
A lot of things different. The biggest difference was when we got the planter that didn't require all the discing and the plowing and all that stuff too.
Well, when they come with the insecticide and herbicide, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you can spray instead of,
That's what I'm saying. We do everything by hand. We get rid of the cultivate and all that stuff.
oh God. I got a few arrowheads I found with Callaway.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I seen them when I was going through the field.
Yeah? Yeah?
This was along the bluff by the river. Most of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I was picking up bales or something on the hillside there. I saw this rock out there and I thought, well, that's kind of unusual. So I didn't stop picking it up. And a friend of mine saw and picked it up for me.
It was. That's unusual.
Yeah.
To find
I don't know whatever happened to it. My kid was on an arrowhead out there at the other place. Other than that, I don't know.
Well, these are, one is about, or two, three of them are about this long, you know. The other one's about this long. Like spear, maybe, I'm gonna guess.
This song too would probably be more there.
But
There probably should be some more there.
there would be in the down in the Balm River, but east of us, Norman Surrey used to live, you know where he is. Well, he took the coastal digger and was digging for arrowheads too. Bill Dringler, he was in town here, you know, and he told me there was a trail east of our place. One went to Omaha and one west to our place, where I don't know. I saw some oak trees down along the river. I thought at the time Indians played underneath them. They were big trees.
Once again, we do have programs available up here just to the north of the announcer stand on the low shelf. For anyone that would like a program, that's where they're located. Exhibitors, if you see anything in the program that we need to change, please let us know up here at the exhibitors or at the announcer stand, and we will get that changed in the program so that you are in the right place at the right
I got
time.
a friend that goes deer hunting. I'm deer like I am. I got 2 years now shot. But anyway, when he's waiting for a deer, he watches birds. And he made me a bird book about this wide full of pictures of the different birds. You just seen it over there.
Well, can you?
It was, I ain't got it in the pickup. Sometime I'll show it to you. We happen to run together. He said he's got about a half a dozen or more pictures he wants to put in.
What's his name?
Butch Blank now. He's from Dodge. He said he always wanted to marry a woman like to hunt, you know. And he found one. She's from Wyoming.
Oh,
hunt with the bow and arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, what time do you start
He's
serving the...
he works as a CPA. That's what he took.
You got donuts too?
And
We're gonna have
Cookies? I
God,
see.
it smells all well. And he's coming to our men commission. And
Coffee's ready. Cookies aren't
Coffee's
here.
ready? I'll take some coffee.
Yeah.
And come to it. It'd be interesting.
Yeah,
I
it would
think.
be.
He's going to come to us. They set off some big balls. I'll call them balls, you know, for vibration to see what's underneath the ground. And that alone cost $100,000 just to make them vibration. One guy just, that's all he does is all the city, the underground opera. It's close, huh? Oh, I didn't think anybody was yesterday. They had a good show. Yeah, I think North Bend FA.
I'm about ready to go.
You have
Yeah, I do, but I don't care.
I got it. Otherwise, I couldn't even hear the show.
I don't know. I put them in it. Don't feel like there's that much good. If there's other noise in the background,
That's me. I have that same problem. Then it bothers me. Then I can't hear even with the radio.
oh, excuse me, buddy.
Do you have any trouble walking? You ready to go?
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me in the barns? If you're in the barn, just, thanks. Once again, we do have programs available up here just to the north of the announcer stand on the low shelf. If anyone needs a program, that's where they're located. If you see anything that needs to be changed in the program for today's show, please let one of us know up here at the announcer stand, and we will take care of that so it gets corrected so we get to where we need to be in the show. Thank you. First call, senior showmanship. First call, group 1, senior showmanship. Good morning and welcome to the 2022 Dodge County Swine Show. We're going to get things started here in just a second. We're going to do a second and final call for those senior showmen. Our judge this morning is Mr. Brady Mcneil. Brady grew up on diversified livestock and row crop farm in eastern Iowa. He attended Iowa State University where he received his BS in animal science and his master's degree in animal breeding and genetics. While at Iowa State, he was a member of the livestock judging and meat animal evaluations teams and later served as a coach for both of those teams. Brady and his wife Katie reside in Columbus, Nebraska, where he is the multiplication business leader for DNA genetics. We'd like to welcome Brady this morning to our show. Also, we would like to take note that Holstone Farms is our sponsor for today's swine show. So if you see anyone on the grounds from Holstone Farms or you're in their business, please tell them thank you for sponsoring our swine show. We'd also like to say thank you to Blair Radio. They are live streaming the hog show today. So if you have someone that isn't able to come, if you would let them know, they can go on YouTube and watch it on the Blair Radio YouTube channel today. It is being live streamed. So just a couple things there.
Yeah, that's fine. You better find an air we used to be away, worked hard at it. God made us right. We got granddaughters, I do too, two of them, you know, to help us along this life.
This is a first call for intermediate showman. First call, intermediate showman.
Hey, sit down. Are you in the air? I don't care. I'll move over.
Second and final call for the first group of intermediate showmen. Second and final call for the first group of intermediate showmen.
You girls want some juice? Yes. Yeah. Or I mean, over napkins. We're just.
Okay, good morning everybody. Really happy to be here today. And judging by this first class of showmanship, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Both the youth that are out here are very well spoken, very intelligent, know a lot about their project, and really do a nice job getting these pigs exhibited. I'm not somebody who's going to make this a skill-a-thon at this point in time. Really want to just know, okay, what is good about your animal, what's bad, and what's the best view. If you know that, you can get that animal exhibited appropriately. And you can get that animal to present its best view possible, because that's really what we're here to do, is show the judge the best view possible of those animals. And if your animal has a flaw, let's try to do everything we can in our power to hide it from the judge. So with that, some of the little things that we're looking for here today, and for those intermediates and juniors, I guess some of the things that I focus on, besides just being able to get that animal presented correctly. One, you guys all do a really nice job from a speed perspective. Some of the county fairs that I'll go to, these pigs, just need to get up a gear. These pigs have been trained to go with their head up and walk really well. But some of the county fairs, every now and then, those pigs just don't want to go, and they just go so slow that it's hard to get a good view. All the speeds on these pigs are really, really good. A couple things that I guess personally for me, we just got to be a little careful as we're turning the pigs. We don't want to crank them just super fast, super hard. Want to kind of do a wider turn as we're in the ring. And then the other thing is distance from the judge. Sometimes here in this ring, we were just getting a little close to me. It's a nice ring. You guys have a great facility here. We can get off, that 8, 10, 15 foot, and the judge can still get a really good view of those animals. And so make sure that we're not just kind of walking right underneath the judge there. And then as we were coming out into the ring, I thought you all did a really nice job getting that animal presented right up off the bat. So that really set the stage for this class and for the tone of the whole show. And so with that, I think there's some exhibitors that kind of rise to the top. And there's one exhibitor that I think just puts the totals together from getting that animal presented correctly, staying calm, cool, and collected throughout the entire class here today, and then also did a great job describing their animal, really knew the flaws, really knew the pros, the cons, and how to get the animal exhibited correctly. Young lady will be your champion senior showman. Definitely was close here as we look at our top pair. There's another individual that as soon as they hit the ring, opened that gate, got that animal presented really well, and then has done a great job getting that animal presented in a calm, cool, and collected fashion. As we move throughout the class, maybe that animal's wanting to just slow down a touch as far as breaking down, not wanting to cooperate quite as well. But I think from the time that this gentleman hit the show ring, did a really nice job. Young man with the blue belted gilt, barrel will be your reserve. My apologies. I think we have three really good young men out here that are getting these animals presented. The one that I'm going to opt for in third, one as we were describing those animals, did a really good job. And then also, as we've been out here today, both done a really nice job getting these animals presented in the correct distance. But your third overall senior showman, young man right here.
Drinks this. She drinks.
Our champion senior showman of this morning's show was Brooklyn Reynolds. Reserve championship went to Hunter Reese. Third place went to Evan Hartman. Also receiving purple ribbons were Kaden Gregory and Owen Meyer. Now entering the arena is our first half of our intermediate showmen. These showmen are ages 12 to 14 years old as of January 1st. This is the first half. The judge will choose his top showman out of this half and pin them, and then we'll bring in the next half, and then we'll do the championship drive after that. So once again, this is the first half of our intermediate showmanship drive.
bucket and on a little bit of view range, just got a little bit of hopefully you're going to get 3 inches in July.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just good. Green and shit. Not by you. I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, we've been on the short side here for a while.
We'd like to welcome Livestock Foods as our swine show sponsor today. The representative at the show today is Ashley Poliska-Van, who was a former 4-H member and FFA member in Dodge County. So if you see her around the arena, please thank her for their company sponsoring today's swine show. It is greatly appreciated.
The market stew is going to be yummy.
This is a first call for Intermediate Showmanship
I'm not going to do somebody.
Division 2. First call, Intermediate Showmanship Division 2.
Yeah, if you know it goes somewhere and don't know what happens. But that won't happen. Then she'll be up there.
Pretty wide, huh? Muscular. Ours were longer and more fun that way, I think. Save the cows, clean up the animals, and something from your own breeding is fun. Yeah, yeah. And I don't know if it needs it. The old ones. I'm not sure on that. Yeah. I don't know what, I don't remember. You know, cabs like we never had a big one. We didn't spend too much time with it.
Second and final call, Intermediate Shellman Division 2. Second and final call.
nice class here of intermediate showmen. We'll go ahead and release 2 of them back to the barn and take nothing away. They'll all be purple ribbons. They've all done a really, really nice job getting their pigs exhibited. Just some of the little things we talked about was that pig really wanting to cooperate and show itself off. There's some pigs maybe that didn't want to have that extra level of cooperation with that exhibitor, but at the same time, as far as getting that animal presented, I think both of these 2 young ladies did an excellent job with their pigs and with their projects here today. So we can have a round of applause for all of those intermediate exhibitors.
Good speaker system to be out there. You can understand it. It has to be more muffled than the top. That's nice.
once again, if you would happen to have relatives in another state, grandparents that aren't able to come, friends, if you would let them know that they can watch today's show on the Blair Radio YouTube channel, they can watch it live streamed as it's happening from the comfort of their home. Also, if you would get too warm here and need a break, you can go over and sit in the exhibit hall, and the show is being live streamed over into the air-conditioned exhibit hall as well. You can go over there and sit and watch it and cool off as well. We'd also like to take this time to thank Holstone Farms and Foods for sponsoring today's Swine show. If you happen to see Ashley Pullis-Caban around the arena, she is a representative that is here today. Make sure you thank her for her company sponsoring today's show. We really appreciate that sponsorship.
Okay, I'm going to send 3 exhibitors back to the barn. We'll kind of talk with each of them kind of about some things that we could look at, but just some big picture things, having those pigs that want to cooperate and kind of work in tandem with the exhibitor. Sometimes it can be hard. You come to the show, it's a new environment. You think you have everything correct at home, and then all of a sudden you get here and they don't want to cooperate quite as well, and so it can be really frustrating. We've all kind of been there, but unfortunately here today kind of got to sort to the top, and so I think I'm really excited about the 5 that we have coming out. They've done the best job of getting those animals presented and kind of working in tandem with their animals. So we'll get those sorted, and we'll select you a champion intermediate showman.
We will now begin our championship drive in the intermediate showmanship class. We do have programs up here at the announcer stand for anyone that would like one. They're just here to the north or to the right of the announcer, or south, I'm sorry, on the lower shelf. So if you need a program, that is where you will find one. This will be a first call for the first division of Junior Showman. First call, Junior Showmanship, Division 1.
grab, wait. Let me check the milk. Okay. There's a big blue trash can.
This will be a second and final call, Junior Showman Division 1. Second and final call, Junior Showman Division 1.
Okay, if we could give this final drive here of intermediate showmen a round of applause, I think they are awfully, awfully good. You can go to a lot of counties across the Midwest and drop these individuals into their intermediate, your senior, whatever you want to call it, showmanship, and they're definitely going to rise to the top. I have a lot of respect for all of these kids and what they're able to do with these animals. They could show a pig for me each and every day. Would have no problem with any of them getting that pig exhibited. And it's really going to come down to some of those smaller details. And as we get to this level, we're starting to talk about just those little things of speed, starting to talk about those little things of, okay, how aggressive do we have to be to get that animal to show correctly? I don't mind being a little aggressive, but at the same time, when we're starting breaking apart these really close pairs, there's some things that just, okay, how comfortable do we appear when we're getting that animal presented? How comfortable does the animal appear when we're getting that animal presented? And then, distance from the judge, and then when I'm coming around, does that animal want to stop? Are you able to keep that animal going as we're getting that animal exhibited? I guess for me, there's some that kind of rise to the top. There's one individual that I think is, from a complete standpoint, just never really does anything distracting, never does anything wrong. It's all about getting that animal exhibited. And I'm not distracted by the showman. And so I guess for me, my champion intermediate showman is going to be the young lady with the Berkshire Guild. Okay, I think there's another one that fought really hard for that champion spot. And there's two, I think, out here that fought really hard. But the one that I'm going to opt to use for reserve, as we go, I think does an excellent job getting this animal presented. At times, might have to be just a touch more aggressive with their animal compared to our champion. But as I said, I'm not going to poke too big of a holes at that. Young man over here is going to be a reserve champion. Really nice job getting that young exhibited. Okay, as we move on to third, and as we go, these pigs are out here getting driven for a while, and it's going to get hot today, so I'm trying not to take too much time, but when you start talking about showmanship drives, these pigs got to be able to go, got to be able to get out there. And with that, as far as the animal that's wanting to cooperate, this individual's done a great job all day getting this pig presented, or all class getting this animal presented. Maybe that animal wanting to go just a touch slower at times with some of the rear wheels, but he mentioned that in the discussion. So the young man with the belted pig right here is going to be your third overall. So, yeah, if we get a round of applause for the last two, and then all the intermediate showmen, they all did a really, really good job. Even those ones that got sent back to the barn, they did a great job, and definitely were worthy of that admiration.
Our champion intermediate showman for today's show is Brooke Weiss. Reserve championship honors went to Chase Hartman, and third place went to Ryder Breivik. Also receiving purples were Danica Kripos, Gracie Reynolds, Lane Mahaffey, Sydney Sagehorn, Jade Kripos, Haley Motto, and Marcus Faust. Now entering the arena will be our first division of junior showmen. These showmen are ages 8 to 11 years old as of January 1st. If you receive a champion or reserve champion this year at the show, you will receive a metal plaque to hang in your stall for the duration of the fair. On Sunday, when the fair is over and you're checking out, the Extension office is asking for you to take those metal plaques down and return them to their office so that they can be reused again next year. This is something new for the fair this year, and they really add to the barns so that our visitors know which one was the championship animal, etc. So make sure those get hung in the barns, in your stall, and then make sure you return them on Sunday before you leave the fairgrounds. First call, Division 2, Junior Shellman. First call, Division 2, Junior Shellman. second and final call, Division II Junior Showman. Second and final call, Division II Junior Showmanship.
Set of junior showmen. We're going to go ahead and have four of them kind of go back to the barn. Just want to kind of, my honorable mention will be this young man with the belted barrow. Talk about just some minor things, but really close to getting him pulled to that final drive. Did a really nice job. But all these exhibitors just talked with each of them about some minor things. You know, maybe that intensity on some of them, or maybe just keeping that pig moving, or where we want it to be on some of them. Just some minor little things, but overall, really nice set of junior showmen. If we could give a round of applause to all of these exhibitors.
Our senior showman from today's show will be competing in the round robin showmanship contest on Sunday at 1 o'clock. The round robin takes the senior showman from each of our large animal classes of sheep, goat, swine, and beef, and they compete for the right to represent Dodge County at the Nebraska State Fair at their showmanship contest. So if you want to see a great competition, come out on Sunday before the parade and watch the round robin. These kids will be showing each of the species that were shown here at the fair this year.
Okay, if we can have a round of applause for this showmanship class of junior exhibitors. I think they all did a really, really nice job, and went through and talked with a couple of them. They were really close, and I guess my honorable mention, this class, the young man with the blue belted one. We just talked about some of those little things that separated him versus some of the other ones. Some of the other pigs may wanted to go to the rail just a touch. Some of the other ones may just speed, and the exhibitor weren't on the same speed, kind of wavelength. But with that, I think they all did a great job keeping those pigs moving, keeping them trying to be exhibited. At times, those pigs just don't want to necessarily cooperate quite as well with you. But I think they all did a great job, and they all definitely deserve that round of applause. And now we're definitely looking forward to sorting this champion junior showmanship. If we get a round of applause for these final exhibitors as they come out to exhibit.
We will now be doing our championship drive of our junior showmen. First call, Clover Kids Swine. First call, Clover Kids Swine. Once again, this is a second call, Clover Kids Swine. Second call, Clover Kids Swine. Second call, Clover Kids.
once again, as we talked about in the senior and the intermediate showmen, I think what your county has going on here is something to be awfully proud of. This show is very impressive. Looking forward to what the rest of the pigs look like throughout the day, but just looking at the showmen themselves, do a great job getting these pigs exhibited. Makes it really easy on the judge. And hopefully that continues throughout the day as we start getting into some warmer weather. These pigs just keep wanting to cooperate because these exhibitors do a great job from that standpoint. With that, I think there's three that kind of have sorted to the top throughout the first two classes as we come here today. Both as we enter the ring, having that intensity, having that drive, getting that pig exhibited, having that pig want to cooperate and move. And at the same time, we'll do some subtle differences that will really sort the top trio. The exhibitor I'm going to opt to use, I think, from a skin and hair freshness perspective, has this animal just absolutely dialed in. Always stays calm and cool and collected. That animal's just kind of in sync with this exhibitor, and I think it's really close. But the exhibitor that I'm going to opt to use for your champion junior showman will be the young man on the far side with the calico. Okay, I said it was really close because there's another exhibitor out here that I would love to show a pig for me any day. And that exhibitor just always is hitting their spots. Just with those little differences assorted. The young man right in front of me is going to be your reserve champion. And the third will be somebody who, when they first hit the ring, did as good of a job as anybody out here. Getting that animal presented right off the bat. As the drives went on, maybe this pig's not wanting to cooperate quite as well. Maybe it's wanting to tire down a little bit. We have to get a little bit more aggressive with it. But at the same time, your third overall showman will be this young lady right in front of me. Once again, there's a second final call out for the Clover Kids. Our champion junior showman today was Jet Mosman. Reserve championship honors went to Owen Gregory, and third place to Gentry Mosman. Receiving purple ribbons were Amit Louie, Grayson Model, Ashton Kreivels, Graham Mueller, Riley Mosman, Tabala Louie, Kaylee Gregory, Kinley Model, Braden Schaefersman, Leah Hartman, Will Fast, and Adelaide Euling. Now entering the arena is our Clover Kids. These kids are ages 5 to 7 years old as of January 1st. This is a non-competitive class. In this group of showmen, we have Amos Van Zagern, Brinley Mosman, Claire Mueller, Dawson Hazeman, Harper Van Zagern, McCoy Mosman, and Sierra Lichtig. This will be a first call for Class 1 breeding gilts. First call, Class 1 breeding gilts. some of these Clover Kids Showmen, just a couple of really easy questions. So nothing too tough. First off, young lady, what's your name? What was that?
Rosie.
Rosie. What is your favorite animal?
Cat.
Cats? You don't like pigs the best?
I like farm animals because cats can be farm animals.
Hey, there we go. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Young lady, what is your name?
Dawson.
Dawson, does your guild here have a name?
Pinocchio.
Pinocchio? It's a good name. Do you have any pets at home? What are their names?
Penny.
Is Penny a dog, a cat, a cow, or a pig?
A dog.
A dog? Okay, let's give her a nice round of applause. Young lady, what's your name?
Brendan.
Brendan, what is your favorite animal?
A pig.
A pig! Hey, let's give her a nice round of applause for that answer. Does your pig have a name?
Oreo.
Oreo. Hey, I think that fits very, very well. What is your favorite thing to do during the summer?
Play with her.
Play with her? You bet. Let's give her another nice round of applause. Young lady, what's your name?
Claire.
Claire. What's your favorite animal?
Owls.
Owls. Why do you like owls?
Because they're pretty.
They're pretty. When they fly, when they sit, when they sleep, why are they pretty?
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, let's give her a nice round of applause. Young man, what's your name?
Amos.
Amos. What is your favorite animal?
Tiger.
A tiger. Why do you like tigers?
I don't know.
You don't know? It's your favorite animal you don't know? What's your favorite farm animal? Pigs, cows, sheep, chickens?
Chickens.
Chickens, you like eggs? Awesome. Well, let's give him a nice round of applause. Young lady, what's your name?
Harper.
Harper. What's your favorite thing to do during the summer?
Go to the swimming pool.
Go to the swimming pool, like hanging out? You have a bunch of friends there?
Not most of the time.
Most of the time there? What is your favorite farm animal?
Pig.
Do you have any pets at home?
4 kittens, I have 2 cats, and 1 dog.
Wow, that's a regular farmstead there. Well, let's give her a nice round of applause. Okay. Let's give all of these Clover Kid exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think they had a ton of fun. I had a ton of fun out here, and the best part about it was they all were smiling as soon as they hit the rink. So I think we have a bright future ahead in this county for this show. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Jet Mosman, if you could come to the show arena. Jet Mosman. We will now begin our breeding gifts show. Entering the show arena will be our Class 1 Registered Breeding Guilds Berkshires. This is a first call for Class 2. First call, Class 2. Once again, we would like to thank Holstone Farms for sponsoring today's swine show. The representative that is here today is Ashley Poliska-Ban, who is a 4-H alumnus and FFA alumnus of Dodge County. So if you see her around, please make sure you thank her for her company supporting and sponsoring our show today. We really appreciate that sponsorship. Also, if you see the cameras at the north end of the arena, they are actually recording and live streaming today's show on the Blair Radio YouTube channel. So if you have relatives that aren't able to come to any of the large animal shows this year, you can tell them to go on YouTube and find the Blair Radio YouTube channel and they can watch it. Beginning at 9:30 is our small animal show. So make sure if you are looking for something to do, you take that in. Also this afternoon is our livestock judging contest. Make sure you check into the office between 12 and 1:30 to get signed up. The livestock judging contest will take place here in the show arena beginning at 2 p.m. The dog show is also taking place today at 1 p.m. Currently in the arena we have our Class 1 registered Berkshires. This is going to be the second and final call for Class 2. Second and final call, Class 2. Our judge today is Mr. Brady Mcneil. Brady grew up on a diversified livestock and row crop farm in eastern Iowa. He attended Iowa State University, where he received his BS in animal science and his master's degree in animal breeding and genetics. While at Iowa State, he was a member of the livestock judging and meat animal evaluation teams, and later served as a coach for both of those teams. Brady and his wife Katie reside in Columbus, Nebraska, where he is the multiplication business leader for DNA Genetics. We'd like to welcome Brady to our show today and thank him for being our judge. Once again, we have a second and final call out for that Class 2.
Okay, nice class of Berkshire goats to go ahead and lead off this breeding goat show. And I exhibited some Berkshire goats back in the day, and I know how personalities-wise they can be a little bit of a challenge to get these things exhibited correctly. I really commend these exhibitors for getting these things stuck and drove as well as they have. With that, I think there's one that rises to the top pretty quickly in my mind. Is just kind of the combination female. Where this one sorts from the one in second is when this one drives right at you and it drives right away from you. It is the widest and squarest to the ground. From the top side of that one's blade to its foot, it's squared when it comes right at you. It goes true to the ground. It leaves you with that same view. I trust the amount of just true muscle and product that one has working inside of it, like the maternal swoop that one has to its underline. That gives you a nice view on the profile. I think a really nice place to go ahead and start. Is it just the cleanest fronted one? No. But at the same time, I think that's getting awfully picky on that one. The young ladies that's going to come in second is just a little bit cleaner up there to the front 1/3. Like the top side power this one has working down its top, maternal in its condition, but at the same time I think that condition's starting to work to its detriment. When this one drives at me and leaves me, I get a little bit more questioning of how much just true power is working inside of that one. That one turns to go, that one just needs a little lower hip and stifle to compete with the one directly in front of it. But at the same time, foot size, bone, heaviness of structure, and look on the profile is what's going to sort that one over the one in third. The one in third, I thought this was a really close pair between second and third. This one has that more just true width that we're after. And I don't like to talk about just true width and power and a lot of breeding females, but at the same time, the Berkshire breed for that breed, we got to talk about some width and some true muscle shape, because that's where that breed can have a little bit of an issue. And I think that one does really, really well for this particular breed. I like the rib cage as far as just shape that one has. At the same time, I'd like to drop that one's lower flank into her just a little bit more. And then from her top line perspective, that one wants to roach up in its top line a little bit more than what we'd like to see. Pinch in its ham loin junction, and then we give that one just a touch more foot size. But really, really nice female that I think has some potential, when made correctly, to produce a really nice offspring. Young ladies, it's going to end up in fourth. Here's one that just reads immature. This is just the lighter weight, more immature one. At the same time, I think on the profile, it gives you a really good view. Really like the stoutness of skull this one possesses at this stage of the game, and still feminine and refined up front. It is the most refined up front of any in this particular drive. It's true in its muscle mass. It's true in its width. Just need to give this one some more just days on feed, allow this one to mature, and maybe I think we can start talking about that one competing. We just got to give it some more weight per day of age in this particular drive. But for a really nice Berkshire females, let's give all those Berkshire exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Top purple went to Bill Blues. Second purple went to get Gracie Reynolds. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Hallie Model, and receiving a blue was Kinley Model. Now entering the arena will be our Class 2 registered breeding gilts that are all other breeds. At the conclusion of Class 2, we will need Brooke and Gracie back to the arena with their Class 1 purebreds so that we can choose our champion and reserve champion of today's show. Don't forget while you're on the grounds to go over to the exhibit hall and check out the 4-H Council's silent auction. There's lots of great items up for sale. All of the money goes towards the 4-H program and helps to support the awards and activities throughout the year for our 4-H program here in Dodge County. So make sure you check out our silent auction items. Also, don't forget the 4-H Council's pancake feed on Sunday morning over at Roar Auditorium from 8:30 to 10:30. Before that, you can come early and walk and run in our 4-H Foundation's Purple Ribbon Walk and Run, and then have some pancakes afterwards. So make sure you check out those two things on Sunday. All the money the 4-H Foundation raises goes towards improvements here on the fairgrounds. We have put up new buildings, new lighting, we've worked on the show arena, lots of great things that money goes towards, and we have a long list of things we still want to improve here on the fairgrounds for all of us. So make sure you support those things as well.
Okay, I think there's two out here that definitely are in contention here to go ahead and lead off this particular drive, and just talking about each of them as individuals, and that'd be the spot and the Yorkshire in the middle. So the spot, as that one drives out here, wide, square, and true, from the top of that one's blade all the way back, like the top shape that this one has, the top side of its blade blends it neatly back to that one's hip. It's up heading attracted for its breed, still a little crusty up top. Where I start to question this one, its hip and rear legs wants to get up underneath of itself a little bit more than what we'd like to see. Wants to drop its pins a little bit more than we want to see. And in a comparative sense, we can give that one just a shot more foot size as we compare it to the Yorkshire. But I think as an individual, everything kind of blends together. Rear leg travel is where that one I just kind of question. The other one in contention will be the Yorkshire. Obviously big, burly, it has the extra foot size, it has the extra structure, it has the depth of body, flank. Is its rib cage just as pulled and pulled apart? No, but I like its up-headed, attractive look that it's got up front. From the side, just paints a really nice picture. Where you start to question this one, when it drives right at you and when it drives away, it narrows up at the ground quite a bit more than what we'd like to see. But at the same time, I think that one, when you look from the side, there's some unique pieces there. And so you kind of got one that's a little bit better coming and going. As far as just square and true to the ground, you got one that's a little burlier and a little better from the side. But I still think total pieces, I like the Yorkshire to go ahead and win this particular class. The spot will be second. Two really nice pigs to go ahead and lead off this drive. As we go into third, the young lady's Yorkshire there in the middle. And here's one that just kind of gets out-horsed at times. The foot size that this one possesses at this stage in the game, the shape that one has in the middle portion of that back, square and true all the way down. Where I start to question this one, top side of that one's blade does not blend quite as neatly at times as you start traveling from the top of that loin all the way up into the top of that one's pole. And then when that one travels away, rear left hock wants to throw out just a little bit more than what we would want to see. Just doesn't give you that nice smooth look, but when you look on the profile, its hip still stays level, its tail head still stays elevated. Then we can just give that one a shot more body. Rib cage and flank, just drop that, give it a little bit more maternal look out here today. The young man with the Duroc will end up in fourth. This one has the product, has a rib cage. Really like the cage that one has working inside of it. How that one blends from that one's blade into its forerib, travels back, level out through that one's hip, but at the same time, when this one gets on the move, rear leg wants to get up underneath of itself, or wants to roach its top line a little bit more than what we'd like to see. And part of the reason for that, we just got to redesign that one from a hock perspective. Square up and give those hocks a little bit more flex, and then we can definitely talk about that one moving up. Young lady with the Chester, Gilt here coming out in fifth, and nothing against the Chester female. Definitely appreciate that breed as well. This one as an individual, really like when that one drives right at you, how square that one comes at you. When this one's on the side profile, it's able to get out and go. At the same time, a little bit plainer up front, not quite as soft for that one's flank, not quite as comfortable right there on that one's rear leg travel. But a really nice class. Looking forward to sorting the champion purebred breeding guild here as we come back out. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
First call, class 3. First call, class 3. In class 2, top purple went to Chase Hartman, second purple to Lane Mahaffey. Preceding blue ribbons were Hallie Malo, Lane Mahaffey, and Brooklyn Reynolds. We're now choosing our champion, reserve champion, registered breeding guild for today's show. Once again, I have a first call out for that class 3 division 2. First call, Class 3, Division 2.
I'm not going to take a whole lot of time on this one. I think I've kind of made my mind up as soon as I hit the class. There's one that I like a great deal, and we talk breed for breed, it doesn't matter. This one's a good one as far as just being complete. Is this one just an outlier in any one area? No, I don't think so. It's not the heaviest structured one out here. It's not the best looking one out here. It's not the most pulled apart one out here, but at the same time, it's really good in every single one of those areas. It doesn't have a big fault. Would we like to maybe just smooth it out in its ham-one junction ever so slightly? Yeah, but the Berkshire will be your champion purebred breeding gilt. So that brings the other Berkshire into contention with the York for the reserve purebred breeding gilt. And I guess for me, the second one that I'd want to take home, the one that I think still has some pieces, maybe I'd like to redesign this one up through its pasterns. But I think they're both similar as we start talking about width and how much pulled apart they truly are. But this one, from the side, really extended up front, tall-shouldered, big-legged, has a lot of unique pieces. The Yorkshire will be your reserve purebred breeding gilt.
Our champion registered breeding gilt was shown by Brooke Leese. Reserve champion registered breeding gilt honors went to Chase Hartman. Now entering the arena will be Class 3 Crossbred breeding gilts. These gilts weigh from 135 to 215 pounds. This will be a first call for Class 4 Division 2. First call, Class 4 Division 2. Entering the arena is our Class 3 Division 2 breeding crossbred breeding gilts. This is a second final call, class 4. Second final call, class 4.
Nice class of lightweight breeding gilts here, and obviously we've got some variation in size and spread, and it kind of took me a little bit of time just to kind of reacclimate myself and get back to just the priorities as we start breaking these things down. And for me, the one that sorts the top is the one that I think is just the most complete. Granted, it's also the lightest, and at this stage of the game, you're reading a lot of future into this particular gilt. But at the same time, I like how everything blends. Stoutness of skull, the foot size matches that one's mass. It's square when it comes right at you. I like the rib cage that one possesses. Levelness down that one's top line. Wants to pinch a little bit in that one's ham loin. And then if I could just rock that one back ever so slightly in that one's front shoulder angle, I'd like that one quite a bit because I think that one has a bright future ahead of it. Young lady's narrow belted gilt's going to end up in second. And as we start talking, this one at that mass, I like the rib cage that this one possesses. I like the top line that this one possesses. As we start talking about having that mass, I don't think foot size blends and matches quite as well as what it does on the one that's going to win. I think this one's starting to get just a little bit extra chuffy through that one's jowl as we start talking about this size and projecting them out another 50, 60 pounds. I get a little bit more concerned. And then where this pair really sorts, this one wants to maybe just not be quite as confident out of that rear leg travel, not flex back quite as long with that rear hock, but otherwise paints you a really nice silhouette on the profile. As we move down in third and fourth, and I spent a little extra time kind of studying these two, I think there's some give and take on these, and I think it's a really good pair to just kind of discuss, and where you want to put your priorities, you can definitely go. The one I'm going to opt to use will be this young lady's narrow belted gilt here that's going to end up in third. I think as we compare them, this one has the look up front, length, and extension. I think this one has better jowl than the one that ends up in second. I think this one's harder in its muscle pattern. I think this one's future as far as just being able to put power into that next generation. It has it. It has a little bit more foot size when compared to the one in second. Where this one sorts down into third for me is we got to redesign this one on its front pasterns, and then its rear leg travel. It's wanting to get just a touch more uncoordinated, get up underneath of itself, but really like the rib cage, really like the topside shape of that one possesses. It's not very often that you can say, hey, the biggest footed, heaviest structured one, and probably the stoutest, thickest ended one ends up in fourth. Really like that about this one. It has a lot of value. As this one just starts to get out and go, its rear leg becomes a touch more uncoordinated for me. It wants to throw those rear legs more than what I would like to see. It doesn't want to just relax and allow itself to be presented. But at the same time, I think there's some really unique breeding pieces within that particular female. So 4 really nice ones that are going to end up in this particular class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Now entering our show arena is Class 4, Division 2 Crossbred breeding gilts. These breeding gilts will weigh between 241 and 307 pounds. In Class 3, receiving top purple was Evan Hartman. Second purple went to Kaylee Gregory. Receiving blue ribbons were Leah Hartman and Graham Mueller. At the conclusion of Class 4, we will be choosing our champion and reserve champion breeding gilt. At the conclusion of that, we will need Brooke Reese and Chase Hartman to return to the show arena with their champion and reserve champion registered breeding guild so that we can choose the supreme and the reserve supreme champion breeding guild of today's show. Currently in the arena is Class 4 Division 2 Crossbred breeding guilds. Class to go ahead and start because I think we got some really unique breeding pieces that can definitely pass on a lot of positives to the next generation there. And the one that I'm going to opt to use I think is just the most complete. This one, when it drives at you, is the squares from the top of its blade to the top all the way to the ground. When this one leaves you, it's wide, square, and true, hip hock to ground. And what I really like this one is when you get right on top of it, the rib cage that one possesses. Really pulled and pulled apart through the center portion of that one's cavity. Young man does an excellent job getting this one presented. At times you wonder, there's a little extra set to that one's hock that's able to flex it back just as much as what we would like to see. Is the top side of that one's shoulder may roll back just enough, but I think it's able to still get out and flex plenty good for me. It gives you a great look on the profile, like a lot of things about that one. Is it the biggest legged one? No. Is it just out there in some areas? No, that's the one that's going to end up being second in this particular drive. This thing is huge legged, just absolutely ginormous. And when this one looks from the side, that one, its tail root all the way to the top of that one's crest is as level as any pig I've ever seen.
It is absolutely incredible how just smooth that one goes. It runs uphill, gives you a great silhouette from that standpoint. At the same point, when you step in behind this one and you watch this one come right at you, we just got to pull this one apart at the ground ever so slightly. Allow it to just be a little bit beefier right there through that one's center cavity. It wants to get a little plainer right there in that one's forerib. But from the side, that one is absolutely incredible and gives you a really, really cool look. Congratulations to that young exhibitor. Young man ends up in third. This one just honestly gets out-horsed in this particular drive. I think as far as just filling the fundamentals of a good breeding female, that one has the rib cage. That one is better in its rib cage than the one that's going to end up in second. As far as just shape, really like the flank that one possesses, soft and pliable there. Stout in its skull. At the same point, does that skull just match its foot size? I don't know, but where this one's going to sword down, it's not just as coordinated and as comfortable. It wants to kind of swing out of its front end more than what we'd like to see. Wants to swing out of its rear end a little bit more than what we want to see. It doesn't plant square and true. And then when we step in behind this one, not just as bold and pulled apart through that one's lower ham and stifle. Just a little plainer and more nondescript there from behind. Really wide and true. Just got to give that one a shot more shape and expression. But really like the way that one transitions from that blade into its forerib. Like the center body capacity that one has. Really maternal in its shape. Just got to give that one a little bit more coordination. A little bit more power from behind specifically. But really nice pick to end up in third. Young man, that's about one that's absolutely maxed out. Done a really nice job getting this one fed. Brought to the show. That was really bold at the top side of that one's skeleton. Really stout and thick-ended from behind, but at the same time, maybe just a touch too maxed out for a breeding female. This one, when it drives right at you, is a little too closed up underneath and wants to swing outside of itself more than what we'd like to see from behind. Just not as confident and coordinated on that rear skeleton. But at the same time, how wide that one's chest floor is really impressive. How pulled apart that one is, the top side of its blade is really impressive. For a breeding female, we just got to get that one to get out and go a touch better. But really nice gilts to end up in this particular drive. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Top purple went to Chase Hartman, second purple to Brooklyn Reynolds. Receiving blue ribbons were Jet Bozeman and Owen Gregory. We will now be choosing our champion crossbred breeding gilt and reserve champion crossbred breeding gilt. At the conclusion of that, we will be choosing our supreme and reserve supreme champion breeding gilts of today's show. At this time, we are asking that Brooke Lease and Chase Hartman return to the arena with their champion and reserve champion registered breeding gilts so they can compete in that championship drive. My hats off to all these exhibitors who made it to the final drive here in the Commercial Breeding Guild show. I think there's a lot of competition. Granted, small number of classes, but at the same time, those classes had a lot of quality in them. And so the fact that they were able to make it out into this final drive, I think is awfully impressive and a testament to these exhibitors. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause for making it into the champion Breeding Guild drive here at the county fair. With that being said, I think there's one that somebody who likes them complete. I like the totals and then max them out as much as we can. I think there's one that wins this show fairly easily for me, and that'll be the young man's heavyweight gilt. That's an awfully nice one to go ahead and win this particular show. Then I think it gets a touch closer, and it all depends on how much future do you want to read into that little gilt. That one's still got a lot of gas left in the tank. It's got a lot of miles to get put on yet. And the question is, where's that one's shoulder going to end up long term? Where's that one's hip
Gonna end up long term. That ham line's just a little bit tighter right there. I think that one has the pieces to get there, but at the same time, there's one that is awfully impressive and is awfully unique for what that one's able to bring to that next generation. And I'd be really excited if I had the opportunity to go ahead and try to come up with some mating scenarios for this one. So the one that I like second best to be this young lady's right in front of me for reserve.
Yeah.
We will now be choosing our champion crossbred breeding gilt was drawn by Chase Hartman. Reserve champion honors went to Brooklyn Reynolds. We are now choosing our supreme champion and reserve supreme champion breeding gilts for today's show. Then we will be starting our market swine show. This is going to be a first call for Class 5 Division 1. First call, Class 5 Division 1.
I think they went over to the exhibit. Watch the truck, Claire.
Okay, this is awfully fun, and I think if you're ringside, you see what the future can hold for the breeding herds in this county or for these exhibitors. It's awfully impressive as we start thinking about mating these and bringing their offspring back next year, wherever they end up. But at the same time, just breaking these hogs down and kind of sticking to fundamentals of what a good breeding female should be able to do. There's one that I get awfully excited about, mating versatility. I get awfully excited about where we can go as far as that next generation, and just kind of puts everything together in a very complete package. The Crossbow will be your champion breeding female. Then I think it gets really, really close, and I think it all depends on where you want to put your priorities. Do you want to put it on one that's just a little bit more out there in some areas, but maybe has a few more holes, or do you want to go with the one that's a touch more complete and is awfully good for its breed? The one that I'm going to opt to use with the breeding female is the one that I don't think has very many holes, and I think offers a lot of mating versatility within their specific breed, and I'd be awfully intrigued to start talking about the next generation with this particular gilt. Young Ladies Berkshire is going to be a reserve champion.
Our Supreme Champion Breeding Gilt was shown by Chase Hartman. Reserve Supreme Champion Breeding Gilt is shown by Brooke Weiss. This is a second and final call for Class 5 Market Swine. Second and final call, Class 5 Market Swine. sponsoring the Swine show today. If you see anyone that's connected with Holstone Farms, make sure you thank them for sponsoring our show today. We do have Ashley Corris-Caban here as their sponsor, as their representative. So if you see Ashley, please thank her as well for being here today. But we really appreciate their sponsorship and their support for today's show. Also, if you know anyone that would like to watch today's show but can't make it out to the fairgrounds, let them know that Blair Radio is here live streaming it for us, and they can watch it on the Blair Radio YouTube channel. So, and also if you get too warm, you can go over to the exhibit hall and sit in there in the air conditioning and watch it on the TV as well. This is the first call for Class 6 Division 1. First call, Class 6 Division 1. Second and final call, Class 6. Second and final call, Class 6.
This is 6 is going up. He's in 7.
Yeah, 6 is in the pin.
In the pins, yeah. Yeah, I know.
Challenging class as we started looking at some of these lightweights because they all have a call that you have to make. And depending on what you decide on that specific call, you can take them all the way from 1st to 5th. And so depending on where you want to put your priorities and where you want to draw your lines, every single one of these can move up and down. But the pig that I'm going to opt to use is the one when this one first hit the ring. I'll be real honest, this one maybe just didn't give me the best of view. That'll be this young man's right here with the gilt in front of me. Because that one wants to narrow up at the ground ever so slightly when that one drives right at you, and I kind of thought, okay, maybe that one doesn't have enough. The longer this drive goes on, that's really that one's main problem. As we started looking at totals and as we started putting everything together, that one's a sound, functional type of a market gilt. It's appropriate in its frame size. It's appropriate in its degree of muscle at this stage of the game. Is it just pull apart at the ground? No. I definitely like to change that as it drives right at you. But at the same time, totals-wise, that one has the rib, the body, the muscle, and the frame size to go to a heavy weight that we're after. Young lady's going to come out in second. This one has the shape up high, has the expression that we're after. Definitely one that as we progress, this one should be able to power up and mass up. Really like the extension this one has in front of its blade. Really youthful through that one's front jowl. At the same time, the call you got to make on this one is that rear hock good enough? If you say that rear hock's good enough at this stage of the game, and as we start progressing these up 50, 60, 70 pounds, then I think you can flip that pair pretty quickly. For me, I thought at this stage and at this weight, I felt more comfortable putting this one into second, but really like the future of that one to get progressed. Young lady is right in front of me with the belted gilt. This one's going to end up in third, and this one, if you just want a wide, powerful, massive, it has all of those. It's able to do that in a sound structure package. For me, I question where this one's at from a frame size perspective. This one's starting to be maxed out at this lightweight. So as we start talking about putting 30, 40 pounds on these things, I start to question where we're going to be able to go to. And granted, it is a Market Hog show, talking Market Hogs today, but we're in the lightest weight class of the day. And so we're kind of just sorting these as they are. But at the same time, get a little bit concerned from a carcass composition standpoint when we started looking at, okay, where's this one going to be from a frame size perspective. But if you just want to talk about one that's sound structured, bold rib, and has all of that, it definitely has it. I just question where it's going to end up, rear leg, frame size. Young man over here in the middle of the ring, here's one from the side. Really appreciate a lot about this one. Tall fronted, extended, gives you a great view from the side. You step in behind this one, it's the narrowest of the class, it's the flattest of the class. We really start to question, okay, how much is mass does this one possess through that one's center cavity? How full is that one through its rib cage? How wide is that one going to be at the ground? But that look from the side is what's going to sort this one over the one that's going to end up in fifth. Young man has a really good Market Hog. This one's square and wide when that one travels right at you. It is wider than the one that's going to end up in fourth. And I think it was a really close pair from that perspective. If you want to say there's the stouter skull, wider skeleton option, I'm going to definitely agree with you. At the same time, it doesn't give you as good of a look on the profile, not quite as tall fronted at the point of that one's shoulder, not quite as soft for that one's rear rib and flank. But at this stage of the game, I think as we start talking about progressing into a heavier weight, this one I think could surprise some people as we start talking about what they're going to look at 30, 40 pounds from now. But overall, really nice class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
kind of reactivated a little bit.
Currently in the arena is our Class 6 Division I lightweight market gilts. These gilts weigh 208 to 225 pounds. First call, Class 7. First call, Class 7. At the conclusion of Class 7, we will be choosing our champion and reserve champion market gilt for Division I. Second and final call, Class 7. Second and final call, Class 7.
That's good.
Also taking place right now is our small animal show, so don't forget to check that out if you're looking for something else to do. This afternoon is our livestock judging contest. That will be held here in the arena. So make sure you get your teams together and get signed up before that. The competition will begin at 2. The dog show is also taking place today over in Moore Auditorium. Once again, as you receive a champion or a reserve champion honor today, and you'll receive a medal plaque, that medal plaque is to be displayed in your stall throughout the fair. At the end of the fair, the Extension Office is asking that you remove those and return them back to the Livestock Office here on the fairgrounds before you leave. Those will be reused from year to year. The Fair Board is also asking at the conclusion of fair, when you are checking out, that all of your wood chips go into the middle aisle to help them with cleanup next week.
for taking just a touch more time on those particular classes, because kind of like the last one, it's all in where you want to put your priorities, where you want to draw your lines. I think these top trio, you could go through all three different ways with this top trio, and that's kind of the three that are right here in front of me. But with that, the one that I just keep coming back to that I think is the hardest to put together, the hardest to fault, is the young lady right there in the middle with the mostly white one. And what I really appreciate this one is just everything blends together. From that one's full rib, pulled apart, goes back to a even flank, depth of the flank. From the top side of this one's shoulder all the way to that one's tail root. Very level in its design. It's square from pin hock to ground. It's youthful up front. Everything just blends together in a complete package. Really like that one to go ahead and win this particular class. Then as we move into the second place one, this young lady's narrow belted one right in front of me. This is the bigger footed, stouter skulled option. This one is heavier muscle than the one that's going to opt to win. If you want to just say, hey, I'm going to come here and I'm going to pick the big leg and heavy muscle one, I definitely think you can tie into this one pretty quickly because that one is exceptional from that standpoint. At the same time, this one's just a little chuffier up front for what I want to see. A little plainer, more nondescript there through the bottom portion of that one's jowl. Not quite as youthful at the top side of that one's neck. But at the same time, from that one's top side of that one's shoulder all the way back, really unique from the shape perspective, and the muscle that one has working out of the back side of that one's shoulder. Just youthful, maybe a touch more youthful up front. I think we can go ahead and use that one in a hurry. Really nice pig to end up in second. Young ladies in third is more youthful up front. It is cleaner right there through the top side or through that one's jaw. It's got a big back working in it. At the same time, I don't think the pieces blend together as neatly in this particular hunt. It's more nondescript at the top side of this one's cage. It's flatter right there through that center portion of that one's body. It wants to rotate out of that rear skeleton a touch more than what we want to see. That hock wants to get up underneath of it, drop its pins. Doesn't have the ability to present quite as unique of a look right there. If we can make it a touch more coordinated from behind, I think we can tie into this one in a hurry. Young man that's got one in the middle of the ring that's very well presented. He does a great job getting this one stuck. Really heavy structure, really stout skull. In my mind, there's three pieces to this one. There's the front 1/3, middle 1/3, and rear 1/3, and they just don't blend together as uniquely as what we would like to see. Really bold and poured apart to that one's chest. Then we go from that full rib to that, or when we go from that one's shoulder to that one's rib, and we go from the top side of that one's blade to that one's top line. That loin does not tie quite as uniquely into that one's blade shape. And then as we go back on that top line, it wants to roach up ever so slightly and doesn't transition as neatly right there into that hamline junction. If we can kind of smooth out those transition points, I think we can tie into that one awfully quick. Young lady's belted one's going to come out next. A lot of shape, a lot of product working this one, really heavy structured. This one just doesn't quite have that rib and body, that softness that we're after. I think lean cutout is definitely this one's favor. Maybe just doesn't want to present itself quite as uniquely as far as top side, wants to roach up a little bit. But basic market hog fundamentals. Wide, stout skull, heavy muscle. Young man's got one that is more youthful and more attractive from the profile. It does have a nice look as we start looking from the top side of that one's shoulder all the way back. At the same time, we just got to power this one out. It's the frailest of this particular drive, narrowest made, not quite as pulled apart through that one's mid portion of that one's rib cage, but really nice one to end up in fifth or sixth in this particular drive. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Now entering the arena is our Class 7 Division I lightweight market gilts. These gilts weigh 229 to 237 pounds. In Class 6, receiving top purple was Gentry Mosman. Second purple went to Riley Mosman. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Leah Hartman. Receiving blue ribbons were Hunter Weiss, Jet Mosman, and Kinley Model. There has been some money turned in up here at the announcer's stand. If you have lost some money and can tell us how much it was, we will give it back to you. So if you're missing some money, we have it up here at the announcer's stand. At the conclusion of Class 7, we will be choosing our champion and reserve champion market gilt for today from Division 1. Once again, don't forget that the livestock judging contest is this afternoon. You may sign up in the office here on the grounds, get your team together, and then the competition will begin at 2 here in the arena.
Class to go ahead and sort through as we finish off this lightweight division, and I think there's some good representative of the lightweight division in this particular drive. There'll be this young lady's kind of cream-colored one that we have right here. This is one from the profile I really like a lot about this one. Tall-fronted, extended, level down that one's top line. Everything just blends together. Rib cage, underline. The question on this one is that rear hock just good enough? And I think in this particular class it is. We'll see what it looks like as we bring them back out for that lightweight division. But stout skulled, heavy structured, good in its muscle pattern, tall fronted, really nice pig to end up winning this particular drive. Young lady's narrow belted one in the middle portion of this one's ring is really wide. It's square. It's pulled apart as it drives right at you. It is more youthful fronted up there up front. And I like at this stage in the game wants to be a little bit more youthful from that regard. Ton of muscle and product working this one. It wants to wrinkle up and rotate out of its hamline junction more than what we would want to see. It wants to step outside of itself. And it just doesn't blend together from where that rib cage is to how much stoutness and power it has from behind. It doesn't blend quite as uniquely from that standpoint. Have the wide belted one on the far side of the ring, and here's just your meat and potatoes power hog. A lot of muscle, a lot of product working in that particular gilt. As we get right on top of it, you can see the bulge as it comes out of the backside of that one's shoulder blade. A ton of muscle working down that one's top. Stout, thick-ended. Drives right at you, wants to narrow up ever so slightly. And really where this one sorts into third, you need to redesign it from a structure perspective. Push that front shoulder back a little bit and allow it to get out of its rear end a little bit more uniquely. And I think we can move that one up a little bit because it's really bold ribbed, really heavy muscle. Structure is what's going to sort that one into third. Gentlemen, we got a nice black, all black gilt to end up in fourth. Got a lot of shape working down the top side of this one. Skeleton, stout, and heavy muscle from behind. I think this one has a little bit more future as we start talking about than the one that's going to end up in third. This one is sounder structured than the one that ends up in third. It's able to get out of its rear end more appropriately. As we just start talking about power, though, it's going to sort down to fourth. But really nice one to end up in fourth for that exhibitor. The one that we're going to round out the class with, a lot of shape, a lot of product, rib cage, full rib to flank. We just got to redesign. That one just was a little too dry and too harsh there through the rib portion of that one's skeleton. And so that's why we sorted that one down into fifth. But a really nice class of lightweight gilts. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Top purple went to Leah Hartman. Second purple to Brooke Lees. Receiving blue ribbons were Jade Kreifels, Amit Rui, and Adelaide Ewing. We will now be choosing our champion and reserve champion gilts from Division 1. This will be a first call for Class 8 Division 2. First call, Class 8 Division 2.
Classrooms back out for this champion lightweight drive. I think that we have three that all represent their respective classes very well. And they all cover the basics of market hog fundamentals extremely well. And then it just comes down to kind of where do you want to put your preference in and where do you want to go ahead and say, hey, this is what I want our market hogs to look like today. In my mind, I think there's one, as this one drives at you, they're all square, but this one is the most important part of the top side of that one's rib cage. Everything blends together very uniquely in this one. I think they all have some differences as far as travel, whether it be front leg or rear leg travel. I think this one stays square, coming and going as good as any of them. And I really like the center body and how everything blends together in this one. Young lady, black-headed one will be your champion lightweight. that second place one out here and takes nothing away from the drive. As we talked in class, really like the substance of foot and bone that one possesses. How that one just takes that muscle all the way down that top line. That one should rib a really good eye. Really stout, thick-ended, square. As we start watching that one walk away, is it just the coolest one up front? No, and that's where we start having to question that one. Talking about the rest of them here. As we look at the calico one, here's one that from the side gives you that great look. It is more extended from that one's blade forward. Really heavy structure. It has that look. When you get in behind it, is it just as bold and pulled apart through that one's forerib as what some of the other ones are? No, but really like that one's rear rib and flank from a rib cage and softness perspective. So depending on when you want to put your priorities there from a cage, whether it's more shape or softness. And then where I start to question this one is when it walks right away from you. That rear hock, is it good enough at this stage in the game? Wants to turn just a little bit more than what we would like to see. Young man's one, we got one coming out of the lightweight class we talked about. When that one drives right at you, we'd like to really pull that one apart. Compared to its contemporaries, maybe not just the stoutest one out here, but here's one that's dead level down its top line, like the word. This one is from a maturity standpoint, youthful up front, good through its rib cage, sound from that perspective. Maybe just doesn't have the extras of some of them out here. So 3 good ones to go ahead and sort, depending on where you want to put your priorities. I guess the one that I like second best, I think's just an absolute creature as far as just muscle and foot size. This young lady's second place will be your reserve champion.
Our champion Market Gill from Division 1 was shown by Ginger Mosman. Reserve champion Market Gill honors went to Riley Mosman. Now entering the arena will be Class A Division 2 heavyweight market gilts. These market gilts weigh from 239 to 247 pounds. Those call Class 9. Those call Class 9. Second and final call, Class 9. Second and final call, Class 9.
to go ahead and sort with some smaller numbers here. We just got 4, and I think this is another one where you have to make a call on a couple of these. And for me, I'm going to opt to use this narrow belted one to go ahead and win this particular class. Here's one from the profile. Tall at the part of the shoulder, level down on its top line, a lot of shape, a lot of muscle. Bold through that one's forward, maybe not quite as deep to its flank as some of the other ones out here. And then where you have to make the decision, is this one good enough and broad enough in its rear hocks? Starting to get a little puffy, a little swelling. Maybe not just super comfortable right there through that stage of the game. But at the same time, I still read her as the structural improvement over the one that's going to end up in second. Young Man has a power hog when you look up high. A lot of muscle. It's the stoutest, the most fertile part in this particular drive. Widest as we go to the ground. At the same time, let's get a little bit more drier and more tucked up for that one's rear rib and flank. And we just need to redesign this one structurally, pushed forward a little bit more than we'd like to see up front, and wants to track outside of itself from behind more than what we'd like to see. But as far as just muscle, power, width, and having that extension up front, it's got it. Just need to redesign it from a structure perspective. Young Man's blue about a gilt that'll end up in third. One of just didn't want to show itself off great, but at the same time, basic market fundamentals. This one is a wide skeleton hog. It is a structure improvement over the one that's going to end up in second, but it's not as pulled apart as that one either. This one down its top line, smooth, is level. It's bold to that one's center cavity. It just doesn't have the extras of the two directly above it, but it is the wider skeleton, bolder, more pulled apart option than the one that's going to end up in fourth. The calico gilt will end up in fourth. It gives a really nice view from the profile and is the advantage from the side over the one that's going to be in third. It's really unique up front, level down its top line, but at the same time wants to get forward in its shoulder and not quite as comfortable on the go. And then with that, when this one drives at you and leaves you, it's the narrowest made gilt in the class. And so we just got to pull that one apart all the way through, and I think we can move that one up. But today in a market hog class, just a little too narrow made for me. So congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Receiving top purple in Class 8 was Ashton Kreifels. Second purple went to Danica Kreifels. Receiving blue ribbons were Sydney Sagehorn and Lane Mahaffey. Correction to that, Ashton was second purple and Danica was first purple. Now entering the arena is our Class 9 Division 2 heavyweight market gilts. These gilts weigh from 258 to 263 pounds. This will be a first call for Class 10. First call, Class 10.
are tomorrow. And guess what? Grandma just told me that they changed the times. It's starting at 10 o'clock instead of 1 o'clock. Yep. So they're going to take a break in the afternoon because it's going to be so hot. That'll be perfect. So 10 to 1 and then 6 to 11.
We have had some money turned in up here to the announcer's stand if you are missing some.
Okay, nice class here. Maybe some gilts that don't want to cooperate quite as well. We're going to opt to start off with the mostly black gilts up there. One that I think just is the hardest to fault. It's youthful up front, it's square, coming and going, it's sounded and structured. It fulfills the basics of market hogs and does so in a fairly complete package, and so just a nice one to go ahead and start this particular drive. Young man with the spotted up one that would just want to cross the ring. Here's one that is softer, more pliable through that one's center cavity. I think that one is wider. However, that one's starting to put on a little extra condition. It's plainer and more nondescript up through that one's jowl, starting to lay on a little condition back through that one's flank. And so comparatively, we're going to sort that one down into that second place. Young man in the middle of the ring with the gilt that just started turning left there. Here's the one that is the widest topped, is the heaviest muscled in this particular drive. A lot of product working in this particular gilt. At the same time, rear leg travel, wants to get up underneath of itself, want to rotate a little bit more than what we would like to see. But really nice one to end up in third. And then young man coming right at me, here's another one. Wide, square, really heavy muscle, but at the same time, rear leg's just not quite good enough here today, unfortunately. And so we're going to sort that one down into fourth. We fixed that one's rear leg, and I think we can move it up quickly. But four really nice gilts. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Receiving top purple was Graham Mueller. Second purple went to Marcus Faust. Receiving blues was Tabala Rui and Kylo Francis. Now entering the arena will be Class 10. Class 10 are heavyweight market gilts that weigh 269 to 298 pounds. At the conclusion of Class 10, we will be choosing our champion and reserve champion market gilt from Division 2. Following that, we will choose our champion and reserve champion market gilt of today's show. For that, we will need Gentry Mosman and Riley Mosman to return to the arena with their champion and reserve champion market gilts from Division 1.
Did you hear Brandon's going first place? He didn't want those stalls on this side.
would like to thank Holstone Farms for supporting and sponsoring our swine show today. We would like to thank their representative, Ashley Poliska-Ban, that is here today as their representative. If you happen to run into her, make sure you thank her for their sponsorship and support of our swine show today. It is greatly appreciated by all of us.
sorry, I just took a little extra time on kind of that top pair there. There's two out here that I think deserve that extra time. There's two out here that are elite at this stage in the game and at this particular show. And I'd be very proud if I was on the stick on these particular gilts. With that, there's two out here that I think are very similar in a lot of areas, and there's just kind of the subtle differences that'll sort them. As I start breaking apart, the one that I'm going to opt to use is that blue-eyed gilt. This one is squarer and truer as it goes all the way to the ground. Like the way that this one transitions into its forerib. It's bolder in its upper rib cage, and it transitions neater into its hamline junction, allowing it to track square right through that area. It is the heavier structure option, it is the bigger chested option, but that's not necessarily what sorts that particular pair. I would like to pick that one up on its pastuns. Its front pastuns want to turn in ever so slightly, pick it up right through there. This young man's gilt, I took a little extra time and started getting tired on us, but at the same time, this one gives you a really unique look from the side. It's just like our class, pull it apart, rotation. It wants to rotate outside of itself, just a touch more than what we would like to see. But that's getting awfully critical on that particular pair. I'll have to go with the blue get there in third. As we compare that third place to the fourth place, just bolder, wider, and more pliable through that one center cavity. This young lady is going to end up in fourth, more extended up front, more youthful from that standpoint. It's a tall, attractive type of a build. Should have wing cut out in its favor. At the same time, just need to give this one a shot, more power and punch all the way through. But yeah, sorry, again, I took just a touch extra time on those. I know they started getting tired, but I wanted to make sure I sorted them and got the pair the way I wanted to. I'd be really proud if I was driving those top two gilts.
We'll now be choosing our champion and reserve champion market gilt division 2. At the conclusion of that, we'll be choosing our champion and reserve champion market gilt of today's show. We need Gentry Mosman and Riley Mosman to return to the arena with their champion and reserve champion market gilts from division 1.
Okay, I'm not going to take a whole lot of time in this particular drive. Took a lot of time in that last class to kind of sort that pair, but now that we get them back out here, I think there's one that's just kind of a man-child in this particular drive. So bold, so wide, really heavy structured, stout, sculled. Everything blends together too. Sometimes you can get some, and we see them throughout the day, really heavy structure, really heavy muscled, or really wide. But you start putting all the pieces together, and they just don't blend. This one blends together very uniquely. This young man's blue-eyed gilt will be your champion heavyweight here. Congratulations. Okay, I'm not going to waste any time here. As I mentioned, there's two in that particular drive. Taking nothing away from the other two class winners. Very good market hogs in that particular division. And if these two hadn't shown up, I think it'd be definitely a different story as we start talking. But there was two gilts that kind of came to this show with a lot of power, and they probably loaded on both thinking they had a chance to win this show. This young man that was second in that particular drive is going to be a reserve champion. Congratulations.
Our champion market gilt from Division 2 was shown by Kaden Gregory. Our reserve champion market gilt from Division 2 was shown by Chase Hartman. We will now be choosing our champion and reserve champion market gilt for today's show. This will be a first call for Class 17. First call, Class 17. in the arena, we are choosing our champion and reserve champion market gilt for today's show.
Okay, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. It's not every day that you're able to show up to County Fair and have the grand drive in your particular division here. And I think that's something to be very proud of, and it's a testament to the hard work that these kids put in, and it's hard work to their families. And so the young exhibitors that are out here and the young exhibitors that are back in their barns, make sure you thank your parents, make sure you thank your families, thank whoever's kind of helping out with these projects, because it's really tough to get here just trying to do it by yourself. It requires a whole family, it requires a whole team. And so make sure that you thank those that were involved, because they were all pouring their heart and soul into this just like you were. With that, as we kind of talk through our heavy and our lightweights out here, the lightweight gilt here, the black-headed one, talked about in that particular division, everything just blends. For a gilt at this stage of the game, at this weight, it's really hard to put that kind of a rib cage in a gilt that's that light. And so that's really impressive on that one, and yet it still has future. Sometimes you can get that rib cage and they look like they're going to peter out at 230, 240. This one still has some future left in it. As we bring them back out here, the question is that one just stout enough? And is that one's rear leg able to just be coordinated enough? But what that one's able to do is really unique. Look, levelness, rib, body, muscle, everything just blends together so uniquely. That reserve in that lightweight division, heavy structured, powerful. That one is really unique from that standpoint. When it drives at you, it leaves you, it's so pulled apart. And a lot of muscle working in that particular one. That one, the question is it just unique enough up front in this particular division? But I think as far as heaviness of structure and muscle, it can compete with all of them out here. As we look at our heavyweights, we just got done talking. There's a pair out here, and just kind of talking both as a pair. They both have that width, that extra look, and those bells and whistles that we're after. There was one in that division that just did so with a little extra structural correctness, talking about that one's front shoulder, how that one traveled through that one's hamloin junction. With that, as we start looking at them, the ones that I like first and second best are going to be your two heavyweights, will be your champion and reserve champion votes in this particular division.
Our champion market gilt was shown by Kaylin Gregory. Reserve championship honors went to Chase Hartman. Holstone Foods representative Ashley Cavan would like to present a gift to each of our winners on behalf of Holstone Foods. There is a second final call out for Class 17. Second and final call for Class 17. Entering our arena is Class 17, Division 1, Purebred Market Burros. swine exhibitors, if you won a champion, a reserve champion today, Holstone Foods would like to get a picture with you at the end of the show out by the media board. Once again, if you received a champion or reserve champion award today, Holstone Foods is asking that you meet them at the media board at the conclusion of the show for a picture. Once again, we really appreciate their sponsorship of today's show, so let's do that for them.
That's all right. Better than not enough.
This will be a first call for Class 11, Division I Lightweight Market Barrows. First call, Class 11, Division I Lightweight Market Barrows. Don't forget the livestock judging contest is this afternoon, so get your team together and come on over and judge some livestock this afternoon.
Purebred drive in this particular show, and I really appreciate counties that show purebreds. I think it gives the exhibitors a great opportunity to show value in that pedigree. I really enjoyed showing purebreds growing up, and now I'm in a business where I'm involved with purebreds each and every day, and so I really appreciate the purebred. I enjoy the purebred, and I'm probably somebody who likes to use purebreds as much as anybody out there judging. And so with that, as we go through, I think there's one that just kind of sorts itself to the top as we've been talking about all day, just the hardest of all, and that'll be the Duroc. That Duroc's going to be your champion here today as far as width, as far as body. Just a lot of good product working in that particular hog. Starting to get me a little bit more uncomfortable up through that front end, but at the same time, that's a stout, powerful type of a Duroc barrow to go ahead and win this drive. After that, I think you have some decisions to make. And then the question becomes, okay, we're at a market show. Do we use one that's more market ready? Do we use one that's more market acceptable from that weight and stage of the game? At this show where we're showing some younger ones, we're showing some lighter ones with some future, some state fair. And so we kind of have one to go ahead and win that meets those parameters. The one that I'm going to opt to use, I think, has more future. This one, I think, down the road will look awfully nice. But if you want to say, hey, it's not a market hog today, you can't go ahead and use it, I definitely would listen to that argument. But that Hampshire, I think, is awfully unique for that particular breed, and really any breed at all. That's a unique one. Really extended up front, wide, square as it drives right at you. And as we start talking about the Hampshire breed as a whole, this one's able to get out and go with a lot of reach, a lot of flex, a lot of comfort, and able to do that while having that rib cage you're after that should hopefully allow it to get to that weight that we need it to be come state fair time or wherever our target show is, exorbitant, you name it, down the road. Once we add some weight to that one, I think that one's going to look awfully nice. If you wanted to say, hey, we got to use one that's more market ready, then I think the one that we're not using third, that Yorkshire in the middle of the ring, could definitely go ahead and be reserved. If you want to say that, I'm not going to argue. This one's tall and extended up front. Where this one cuts to sort into third, it wants to plan out, do more Yorkshire type of things. Yorkshire breed, really good. Maternal, hard to get that raw shape into them. And if you look right at the top side of that one's shoulder as it transitions into its lineage, not quite as crisp as what we would like to see. Playing more nondescriptive than as Yorkshires like to do. This one wants to plane up at the ground, wants to nail up more than what we'd like to see. But from the profile, gives you a really good silhouette, sound structured, able to get out and go. Congratulations to that young man. The other Yorkshire Barrow will end up in fourth, and this is one that, from a future perspective, I think is very, very bright. It's hard to put that kind of lines into a Yorkshire Barrow. Where that one's shoulder lays into it, all the way back to that one's tail root, dead level, still crisp and wide and true down that one's top line. Is this one just the widest? Is this one just the most bold and that one's forward? No. But as we start talking about future and where this one's going to be down the road, I'm really excited to see where that one ends up, because I think that's a unique one in 20, 30 days for this young exhibitor. Young man with the little spotted barrel here. Here's one that, from a structure perspective, from a foot size, feet, leg, soundness, structure, able to get out and go. A little player, more nondescript about that head. A little extra condition for what we'd like to see. Start talking about fat indicators. Animals lay fat top to bottom, front to back. We're already starting to deposit a touch of fat in that one's rear end. And at that weight and at that size, it needs to be just a touch leaner there today. Young lady's Berkshire one, I think if we want to talk about meat quality, which one's going to go home and put in the freezer, this would be the one that we want to pick out of today's show. Definitely would have that advantage. Looks like a good, easy feeding type of barrel for this young lady. Really soft through that one's rear and flank. At the same time, as Berkshire's do, not quite as shapely and expressive down that one's top line. Not just as much raw muscle shape as what some of the ones up the line were. Maybe not quite stout and powerful at the ground is what some of the other ones were. But really nice one to end up rounding out this class. Congratulations to all those purebred exhibitors.
Our champion purebred market hog was shown by Lane Mahaffey. Reserve champion purebred market hog went to Evan Hartman. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Braden Shapersman and Grayson Model. Receiving blue ribbons were Kinley Model and Hunter Weiss. Now entering the arena will be Class 11 Division I lightweight market barrows. These barrows weigh from 145 to 205 pounds. Don't forget also while you're at the fair to vote for the 2013 Dodge County 4-H Council. Those ballots are available in the Extension office here on the fairgrounds. Any high school member of 4-H can vote for that, as well as anyone who has an interest in the Dodge County 4-H that is an adult, so make sure you vote for those. We would like to thank Mary Jo and BJ Reynolds, as well as Josh Gregory and Mr. Ruder for taking the leadership as superintendents for this year's show. We'd also like to thank the Logan View FFA chapter and some of their alumni for helping run today's show. So a big thanks to all of them as well for helping with today's show. We have a first call for Class 12. First call, Class 12. Currently in the arena is Class 11. Also taking place this afternoon is our 4-H dog show over at Moore Auditorium. The day will end with our Diamond Rio concert, so don't forget to check out Diamond Rio this evening as well. Once again, if you are a champion or reserve champion of today's show, the medal signs that you'll be receiving are to be hung in your stall for the duration of the fair. That is so visitors that come to the fair know how your project did. At the end of the fair, we were asking that you please remove those and return them to the Extension Livestock office so that they can be used again next year. Stickers for your stall cards to show your ribbon placements are here on the back of the announcer stand by the stairs. You're welcome to come and get those stickers and make sure they get onto your stall cards. The Fair Board likes for you to show how your projects have done and like those stickers to get on the stall cards. For Class 12, we need for Jet Mosman's hog number 7289 to come up to the arena. For Class 12, we need for Jet Mosman's hog to make it to the arena with ear tag number 7289. We do have a second call out for that Class 12.
Okay, I think we have a top pair here that kind of meet the more market ready standpoint. And if you wanted to say, hey, let's go ahead and use some of the little ones like we did with purebreds, I think then you can maybe go more towards what we're going to do in third and fourth. But with that, I think we have two out here that are pretty much ready to go today. Both a lot of muscle, a lot of power working in them. The one that I'm going to opt to use is this young lady's right here on my right. Like the youthfulness that one has up front, like the width that one has working out its top line, and this one's longer hipped than the one that's going to end up in second, and it's able to stride longer from behind than what the one that's working in second is going to be. Is it just pulled apart up there through the top side of that one's skeleton as far as rib cage? I don't know. But what's really impressive on this one, you get them behind it, that one's got as much rear stifle working in it as any pig here today. There's a lot of lower stifle on that pig that is awfully impressive. This young lady's got one that's heavier structured. It is stouter in its skeleton. At the same time, when this one kind of goes away, wants to narrow up at the ground ever so slightly, and just doesn't ever want to just stride and really extend that rear hock like we'd want it to see. I think that hip could be just a touch longer. We can extend that. We can allow it to travel out of its rear legs just a touch better. But at the same time, I think that one's still on the way up as well, just like both of those top two. I think have a lot of future in them, but yet today, those are the two that I think meet the market hog fundamentals that we're after. Young man's calico one here, if you want to talk about future, there's a lot of future in this one. Dead level down that one's top line, did a great job showing that one in Showmanship. It's a little bit more refined up there through that one's skeleton than what the two above it is. A little bit narrower at the ground than smaller at the ground than what the two above it were. But at the same time, that one paints a really great silhouette, sound structured, able to get out and go. I think that one has a bright future. Young man's blue, belted one here. Probably from a size standpoint, if you wanted to say, hey, top two are more market ready, this one probably is more market appropriate than the one that we're going to opt in third. But at the same time, I don't know if this one has enough muscle at this stage of the game. It's flatter, more nondescript for that one's hip. And if we're talking about feed programs, we're trying to push him down the road. Maybe that's on purpose. We got a target end date for that one. But today, got to sort them like they are here. It's plain and more nondescript from behind. Just flatter all the way through than what the three above it were. Young man's got a really nice one, and he used that one in Showmanship earlier. Saw it there, I thought, hey, there's a really good basic market hog. Hopeful to see later. Wide, square, true, a bit muscle than the one that ends up in fourth. Not quite as attractive. It is plainer up there for that front one third, not quite as attractive. Young lady's got one that is more attractive, more extended, stout skull. got some heaviness of structure. We need to give this one some more rear ribbon body. Just gets a little harsher made there through the center portion of that one's skeleton. But really nice set of hogs in this particular lightweight division. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Now entering the arena will be our Class 12 Division 1 lightweight market barrels weighing 222 to 241 pounds. Second call, class 13. Second call, class 13.
Okay, nice set of gilts here in this particular class. I think you have a few decisions to make, and once we make those, for me, I think there's one that sorts to the top pretty quickly, and that'll be the young lady's blue-eyed gilt there in the middle of the ring. As far as just from the side, that's tall, extended, really level down that one's top line. You step in front of that one, so wide, pull apart, square through that one's front knee. From behind, you start to question, does this one just have enough stoutness through that one's lower hip and stifle? And then how comfortable is that one out of its rear leg set? Wants to maybe just step a little bit more timid than what we would like to see. But you call it good enough there, and you say that one's just powerful enough, I think that one wins, and it wins pretty quickly. Moving into second, I think this is where you have some decisions to make. I'm going to opt to use this young lady's black-headed one here in the middle of the ring. This one, I think you just pick it up at the top side of that one's shoulder, allow it to run uphill a little bit more. I think that one's an awfully nice one. When it comes at you, wide, square, bold through that one's center cavity. Maybe the foot size just doesn't match the top side mass, its stoutness through the rear end, but at the same time, it's able to get out, go, be square, wide, true to the ground. Just doesn't have the extra foot size, that extra substance of what that class winner did. In third and fourth, I think it gets really close. The one I opted for in third is this young lady's right here. You get on top of that one, a lot of width, a lot of muscle working in the top side of that one's skeleton. That one's got a lot of power. Leveled on that one's hip, really heavy muscle. But at the same time, we need to get widen that one all the way up, all the way through. Young man's one that's going to come out next. Here's one that's just a touch piecier. Talked to, I think, on maybe some of his other ones that still everything doesn't blend together quite as well. Kind of a front third, middle third, rear third. Wide through its chest floor. Doesn't transition as neatly at the top side of its blade. Transition as neatly into its foregrip. Wants to get up in its spine. Maybe doesn't transition into its hip. Wants to rock outside of itself. Push out on top a little bit more than what we want to see here today. As we have them coming out, up next will be the belted one. The belted barrel there, really bold through that one's center cavity. That one's as good through that center portion of that one's rib and body as anyone out here. It wants to go touch plan, more nondescript through the front 1/3, not quite square on the back side of its shoulder. Young man's got a really heavy muscle power hog that'll round up the class. A lot of muscle, a lot of product. Just not quite as comfortable out of the rear end. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Receiving top purple in class 12 was Caleb Gregory. Second purple went to Brooke Bruce. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Riley Bozeman. Receiving blue ribbons were Jet Bozeman, Owen Meyer, and Kylo Francis. Now entering the arena will be class 13. These lightweight bucket barrels will weigh 245 to 256 pounds. At the conclusion of class 13, we will choose our champion and reserve champion market barrel for Division 1. Just a reminder, there are ribbon stickers for your cards for your stalls back here on the back of the announcer stand. They're asking that you make sure those get on your stall cards. That will be part of your herdsmanship, as well as it lets the visitors to the fair know how your project actually did. Also, if you receive a metal sign to hang in your stall, on Sunday when you check out, you need to return those to the livestock office here on the fairgrounds so they can be used again next year. Holstone Foods is asking if at the conclusion of the show, if they can get pictures with our winners today so that they can display those. So once again, Holstone Food, who is our sponsor this year, is asking to get pictures with you at the conclusion of the show over at the media board with your awards.
to go ahead in this particular drive as we get to the heavier ones, and I think depending on where you want to put your priorities, you can go a couple different ways all the way down to the 4th, 5th place hole. The one that I'm going to opt to use will be the Young Man Calico barrow here to win this particular drive. Here's one, so heavy structured, so stout, so powerful. Question becomes, is he just confident enough out of that rear end? That's where I think you have to make the decision. I say that he's good enough there, and we're going to go ahead and use him because I like his height to length ratio better than what this young man's in second. This young man in second square, when that one drives out, you crisp, but the top side of that one's skeleton all the way back. Young man does a great job getting this one presented. When you step off to the side, the question is, does he balance? Wants to maybe just get a little bit longer bodied for what his height is and what his just proportions are. And so I don't know if he just balances perfectly. As we start adding up, hey, let's add 30 pounds to him and take him to a heavy weight, then maybe I think everything balances and blends together a notch better. I do think he is more confident out of that rear end, and so if you want to go ahead and tie into him for that, I wouldn't fault you there. Then I think 3rd and 4th is awfully close. And depending on where you want to go, where you want to lay your priorities, you can go ahead and sure do that. We'll opt here right now to use the young man's that's driving right out, so wide, so square, so powerful. Just not sound enough through that front end. Young ladies, black-headed one here. This one, just as far as structure, is better than the one directly in front of it. It is heavier structured. At the same time, top side of that one's shoulder does not blend as neatly into that one's top line. As we step off, chine to chest just doesn't, it wants to get a little too shallow right there compared to the mid portion of that one's body. It's underlined. We like to level out that underline a little bit more. It just wants to get a little bit more U-shape than what we would like to see in this particular barrel. Maybe not quite as just wide as what a couple of the ones directly in front of it are, but really nice job for this young lady. Excellent job getting that one presented. She's done a great job all day. Young man's blue-eyed one coming out next. If you want to just talk about shape, power, muscle, this one has it. I think when you take him to the carcass, this one will be as good of a carcass hog as any of them. When we talk about Holstone Foods being a sponsor, this one goes to Holstone. I think that one, as far as in the cooler, a lot of value. Congratulations to that young man. Today in the show ring, maybe just not quite as confident in his travel, maybe not quite as attractive up through the front 1/3, but really nice one to round out this class. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors on a job really well done in this class.
This will be first call, class 14. First call, class 14. Top purple in class 13 went to Owen Gregory. Second purple to Evan Hartman. Receiving blue ribbons were Kyler Francis, Gentry Mosman, and Caden Gregory. We will now be choosing our champion and reserve champion market bearer from Division 1. For this, from class 11, we will have Kaylee Gregory and Gracie Reynolds. From class 12, Kaylee Gregory and Brooke Weiss. And from class 13, Owen Gregory and Evan Hartman. Once again, there is the first call for class 14.
these exhibitors at class winners in second place in this lightweight division. Nice round of applause. It's been a really challenging division. And I think it's a testament to these kids that they're still out here driving. And they're big to still be out here driving very well. These showmen do a great job and obviously put a lot of work in at home. With that, I think there's one that, for me personally, puts the most totals together, most confident, most comfortable. In using this one, it's bolder, it's stouter than one of its contemporaries. It's more youthful up front than the other contemporary. I think everything just balances. The Blue-Eyed Bear will be your champion lightweight in this division. Second place one in here, and I think it gets awfully close. We talked in that particular class. That one's so unique in the center portion of that one's body. The question becomes, how just true in that shape is that one down its top side comparatively to a couple other ones out here, but still a really good individual in that particular class to come out of. As we just talked about both of these, the lightweight represents the lightweight division, the lightweight class extremely well. Youthful, extended, but still stout and powerful. It has the ability to go to a heavier weight, but at this weight, it's still appropriate. And that one's so unique in just the outward turn that one has to its ham and stifle. Is this one just as confident out of its rear leg travel as what we've seen today? No, but I think there's some opportunity in all of these for that particular area. Is it just as bold in its upper rib? No, but it's the most immature, so I would expect that. Then the question becomes, at this stage, where do we want to be from a market hog? How young or how light do we want to go? Young man's heavyweight in the lightweight division is the stout, the powerful one, which is what you would expect coming out of that particular class. Level down that one's top line. It's not as youthful. It's the plainest up through its front 1/3 of these out here. At this stage of the game, that does become a little bit of concern. It's wanting to just pound those rear legs a little bit more than what we would like to see. But as far as heaviness of structure, stoutness, squareness, as that one drives right at you, still having that ribbon body that we're after, there's a lot of good things in that one. So depending on where you want to put your priorities, which one intrigues you the most, the one from a market hog perspective that still can go to the rail with some value at this stage, at this weight, the young man's calico will be a reserve champion in this division. Congratulations.
Second final call, class 14. Our champion market barrow, Division 1, was shown by Caden Gregory. Reserve champion market barrow, Division 1, was shown by Owen Gregory. Correction, the champion market barrow Division 1 was shown by Kaylee Gregory today, and reserve champion was shown by Owen Gregory. Class 15. First call, Class 15. Currently in the arena, we have Class 14, Division 2, heavyweight market bearers that weigh 257 to 270 pounds. Once again, exhibitors, Holstone Foods and Farms would like to get your picture if you won an award today at the conclusion of the show. So at the conclusion of the show, they would like to meet you out at the media area and the backdrop and have a picture taken with you. Once again, we'd like to thank them for their sponsorship and support of today's show. Second and final call, Class 15. Second and final call, Class 15. Don't forget to get signed up for this afternoon's livestock judging contest. That will take place here in the arena. You may sign up in the office from 12 to 1:30. That would be the extensions office. And then the contest will take place here at 2. Second and final call after that Class 15.
Okay, really nice class. I think we got one that wins and does so fairly quickly in this particular drive. One that they hit the ring, and I like this one pretty quickly. Young lady does a great job getting this one exhibited from the side. Just paints an awesome picture. Level down that one's top line, wide, square, rib cage is where you want it to be. She does a great job getting that one presented. Awfully nice place to go ahead and win this particular class. I know we can go trade off first and second and third. The one I actually use would be the blue-eyed barrel here. Really tall and extended, long and in length of body. But at the same time, maybe that height and that length is taking away from its proportions as it wants to get a little drier through that rear ribbon flank. Looks like it just came to the show and not eaten very well. Just want to blow that one apart through the center portion of that one's cavity. We do that, and that one's an awfully nice show dough to end up in second. The one that ends up in third, it has the rib, it has the body, it has the muscle that we're after. This one's so wide and it drives right He's so stout from behind. I'm sure this will look really impressive at a younger age. As we mature, this one's starting to lay a little extra pushing up through that far one third, but just not as comfortable as we get out and travel. A little lower on his pasterns, and rear leg set, just not as square and true right there in that rear hop. But if you just want the power hog of this class, that one is it by Livestock. Young ladies on the far side, they end up in third. This one is taller, more attractive than the one that's going to end up in third. It is heavier structured than the one that ends up in third. At the same time, it's the mirror made out of the top door. Narrow is made out of the top door. We just need to pull that one apart all the way through. But foot size, structure, look, still sorts it over the ones that are going to throw down in this class. The most black one will end up in fifth. Another tall, extended type of one. We just got to give this one a shot more everything. Pull that one apart through that center body. Give it more muscle. You're walking right behind this one. It's the plainest, most nondescript through that rear end. Young man's got a really nice run to round out this particular class. It has no muscle from the run directly in front of it. Rider up top, more shape within the backside of that one, shoulder. Just need to redesign this one as it gets out and goes. Wants to get a little bit more uncoordinated, tucked up underneath of itself, and just not as comfortable on the drive, but talking about just true market hog fundamentals. That one's got the muscle that we're after, and it does so in an appropriate amount of condition. Should go to the rail with a lot of value for this young man. Congratulations on that nice project. Really nice job. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
In class 14, top purple went to Gracie Reynolds. Second purple went to Braden Schaefersman. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Ashton Kreifels. Receiving blue ribbons were Tabalo Louie, Graham Mueller, and Sydney Sage Horn. Now entering the arena will be our class 15. These heavyweight market barrels weigh 273 to 285 pounds. Also, do not forget on Sunday when you check out and go home to put all your wood chips out into the aisles to make cleanup easier for the fair board. Once again, we do have some money that was turned into the announcer stand. If you're missing some money, please come and see us. First call, class 16. First call, class 16.
Chrissy, Micah just went through the building.
Second and final call, class 16. Second and final call, class 16. Don't forget the concert tonight with Dylan Bloom, Logan Mize, and Diamond Rio. It'll be a great way to end your day at the fair. Also remember to check out the 4-H Council silent auction in the exhibit hall. There's lots of great things there, and the money goes to support the 4-H program throughout the year with their activities and awards.
Okay, I think we've got a place to go ahead and start in this particular class, and not saying that this one's perfect. I'd definitely like to redesign this one on its rear skeleton. But when this one came out of the gate, it just hits you pretty hard how wide and true this one is all the way to the ground, how that transitions from that blade into that forward. The young lady's got this one tuned up in 12 o'clock for today's show from a skin, hair, condition, muscle standpoint. The question, as I mentioned on this one, rear leg, is it good enough? In this particular class, I say it is. She's going to end up winning this particular class. The young lady in the middle of the ring is going to end up in second. There's the one that I think is more appropriate in its rear leg travel. I like the way it gets out of its rear end. Unfortunately, I'd like to push it back in its front end. It wants to roll a little too forward in that front shoulder. Because of that, it wants to get up in its top line. It's not just the deepest thing in the world, and so when it does want to arch its back, it doesn't look quite as deep into its flank either. But I think as far as just wide, square, true, good place to go ahead and end up in this particular class. As we go on to the young ladies that we have coming along the side of the rail, a lot of muscle, a lot of shape, really powerful one. Unfortunately, we just need to have that one be wider and truer to the ground. It is the narrowest of our top three as we look at that one going to the ground from behind. A lot of shape up high, not quite as wide to the ground. Young man had this one in Showmanship, and when I first hit the ring in Showmanship, it looked really, really good. As Showmanship progressed, and as this class progressed, that rear leg's just not good enough, unfortunately, today, because I think that's a really good barrow. If we can fix that one, I don't know if that's an injury or what caused that one, but look up front, design, he's got it, not just as pull the card to the center portion of that one's cavity, but at the same time, really nice one to end up in fourth. Young man's got one that, of any of the pigs in the show, if I was to take one home and put it in the freezer, this would be it. That's a Berkshire appearing barrow with the right amount of condition to have a lot of meat quality for this young man. As we start talking about a show pig, we really like its foot size, we really like its width. Unfortunately, not quite as cool up there to the front 1/3, doesn't tie as neatly and strong right there at the back side of its shoulder. But at the same time, basic market hog, that one, a lot of value, a lot of good in that particular hog. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Top purple was shown by Leo Hartman. Second purple was shown by Jane Kriples. Receiving blues were Sydney Sagehorn, Ryder Breivik, and Lane Mahaffey. Now entering the arena will be our Class 16 Division II heavyweight market barrows that weigh 288 to 305 pounds. At the conclusion of Class 16, we will choose our champion and reserve champion market barrow from Division II. We will then choose our champion and reserve champion market barrow of today's show. For that, we will need Kaylee Gregory and Owen Gregory. To come back for that. Lane Mahaffey and Evan Hartman. At the conclusion of that, we will choose our Supreme Champion Market Swine and Reserve Supreme Champion Market Swine of today's show. For that, we will need to have Chase Hartman and Brooke Weiss bring back their champion, Supreme Champion and Reserve Supreme Champion breeding gilts. Once again, if you are a winner and received a trophy or anything like that today, you need to go to the media background at the conclusion of the show, and Holstone Foods would like to have pictures of you. They were our sponsor for today's show, so that would be very nice of you to make sure you get over there to get pictures with the Holstone Foods representative and Farms representative. Much appreciative since they sponsored this show today.
top pair in this particular drive. That's awfully nice. And we did 3 purples, taking nothing away from third place either. I think 3 really good pigs to end up at top. But at the same time, this barrel hits the ring and he shows up to go ahead and try to win this particular county fair. This is an awfully nice barrel. Wide, square, true, everything that we're after. All the parts and pieces fit together. Sound structured, complete. There's not just a whole lot of holes in that particular hog. Nice place to go ahead and start off this particular drive. Congratulations to that young lady. When this young man's mostly black barrel hit the ring, I thought that was going to be our class winner. It was going to happen pretty quickly. Unfortunately, just ran into one that was a little bit better here today. Here's one. Like the center cavity, that one possesses so wide up top. That one's got a big back working in it, super stout and thick from behind. You get off to the side, doesn't blend and transition quite as neatly. It's a little chunkier up front, not quite as youthful up through that front 1/3. And those are the little differences as we start talking about those class winners and those really elite classes that we have. The young man's blue barrel, and I really tried to get a good look at this one because I think this one is a basic market hog, has a lot of value. And so that's why I spent a lot of time trying to just get this one evaluated. A lot of muscle working down the top side of that one, skeleton, rib cage, width, squareness when that one comes and goes. Isn't the most coordinated out of the rear too. It wants to roach up in its top line a little bit more than what we'd like to see. But I still think it's more comfortable out of its rear skeleton. And it's deeper through its flank than the one that we're going to opt to use in that 4th place hook. The young man's here in 4th place, this belted one. Here's one that's got a lot of muscle, has more muscle probably than the one that ends up in 3rd. Unfortunately, rear leg travel's just not quite good enough. Wants to get a little bit more restricted out of that ham-1 junction, not throw those rear legs a little bit more than what we want to see. And because of that, we're going to slow it down, but at the same time, really good basic type of a market hog to end up in 4th. Young lady's got obviously probably a really fast-growing type of a Yorkshire appearing type of a barrel. Bold, deep, All the indicators of growth rate are there, so it makes sense why this one was able to grow as efficiently as what it was. At the same time, with that extra growth, it's wanting to get a little plainer and more nondescript. It's wanting to lay a little bit more condition on than what we want to see. So we're going to sort that one down from a market fundamentals, carcass composition standpoint. But design and build, really good. Just a little, probably just grew a little quick for this young lady. So congratulations to all those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Top purple went to Brooklyn Reynolds. Second purple to Evan Hartman. Also receiving a purple ribbon, Will Faust. The City Blue ribbons were to Bala Rui and Haley Model. We'll now be choosing our champion and reserve champion market barrow from Division 2. After that, we will be choosing our supreme champion and reserve champion market barrow of today's show. For that, we need Lane Mahaffey and Evan Hartman with their champion and reserve champion purebred market barrows. We need Kaylee Gregory and Owen Gregory with their champion and reserve champion market barrows from Division 1 to report to the arena. For our overall supreme champion and reserve supreme champion market swine of today's show, we will need Kaden Gregory and Chase Hartman back to the arena with their champion and reserve champion market gilts. Once again, exhibitors, please make sure that you go and get your picture taken with the Holstone Farms representative that is here if you won awards today. They sponsored our show and they would like to have pictures of all of you, so please be polite and go and have your pictures taken.
Select our heavyweight barrow here. Let's give a round of applause for all the exhibitors that have made it this far. Definitely a cool experience, and even if you're in second place, you're still in contention here, and I think it's something to definitely be proud of. Kind of the goal that everybody starts off with when they buy their project in the spring or when they're making decisions last fall is to end up in these particular drives and have a shot. Because you gotta be in the drive to have a shot at the drive, and so everybody who's in this particular drive is definitely in contention. But with that, I think there's one that hit me pretty hard when it hit the ring. I think it just puts everything together, heaviness of structure, muscle, body, and does so in a sound structured package. Young lady does a great job getting it exhibited. The belted barrow in front of me will be a champion.
Our champion market barrow in Division 2 is Showmanship Brooklyn Reynolds. Don't forget the stickers for your stall cards to show what ribbons you received today are here on the back of the stand in little mason jars. They come and get what you need and get those put on your stall card so visitors to the fair can see how you did today.
Okay, obviously spent a little bit more time as we started looking at reserve because I think we talked about all being in contention there when we first drove them, but every single one of these I'm definitely thinking about as an option for reserve. And I think a case can be made for every single one of these to be reserved. So just kind of talking through them, I guess the one closest to me here, that's a big heavyweight type of a market hog. Huge ditch running down that one's back, super stout, thick-ended, heaviness of structure. Up to that front one third. Is that one just as cool looking as some of them out here? Is that one's pasturing's just perfect? And then rear leg travel, where do you want to draw the line on that one? But I think it's good enough with where it is. Sometimes it kind of wants to take away from its look because it's so big backed, maybe get up in its top line a little bit more than what we want to see. The middle division or middle class of the heavyweights here, here's one that when that top line gets in that one, it's dead level all the way back to that one's hip. I think it's good enough in terms of its muscle. It's got enough width. I don't know if it's the crispest in its shape, but it's got enough width when you start looking at it from behind. How much just power does it have through its lower ham and stifle? But I call that one probably enough. My questions for this one: front pastern placement. Where's that front pastern in it? It wants to get a little lazy in its back when she gets its head up. Doesn't transition quite as nicely into its ham loin, and then travel out of its rear too. Not quite as confident in that usage of that one's rear hock. Not quite as square and confident as it travels. As we look at the one that came out of that lightweight class, here's one that of these it has the look up through that front 1/3, but it's the lightest of the heavyweight barrels, so that makes sense. Through that one's jowl, through the top of that one's crest, really like that. Tall fronted, shapely down that one's back. Is it just the heaviest structured one out here? Is it the widest at the ground when it drives right at you? No, it wants to maybe narrow up a little bit more than what we want to see. Wants to rotate outside of itself a little bit more than what we want to see when it travels away from you. But when the young lady gets that one drugged, does a really nice job with that one. So I think, depending on where you want to put your priorities, I think there's a couple different ways you can go. For me, the one that I think most mirrors what I want to see in a market hog, has that look that I'm after, but still having that raw muscle shape, can get out and go in a sound structured package. The young lady's mostly black bear in front of me will be reserved.
We are going to have a dance party in the kitchen at 12:30. Coming back from Summerton at the dance party at 12:30 in the kitchen.
Our champion market bearer from Division 2 is Brooklyn Reynolds. Our reserve champion market bearer from Division 2 is Gracie Reynolds. We'll now be choosing our Supreme and Reserve Supreme champion market bearer from today's show. For that, we will have with our champion purebred market bearers, Lane Mahaffey, and reserve champion market bearer, Evan Hartman. We will have with her champion market bearer from Division 1, Kaylee Gregory, and with his reserve champion market bearer from Division 1, Owen Gregory. Once again, Holston's Foods would like to get pictures with our champions and reserve champions today. That would be from Showmanship, Brooklyn Reynolds and Henry Reese, Brooke Reese and Chase Hartman, Jet Mosman and Owen Gregory. For breeding gilts, that would include her champion registered breeding gilt, Brooke Reese, and Chase Hartman with his reserve champion registered breeding gilt. Our champion crossbred breeding gilt, Chase Hartman, and reserve champion Brooke Reynolds. Our supreme and reserve supreme champion breeding gilts, Chase Hartman and Brooke Reese. Our champion and reserve champion market goods from Division 1, Gentry Mosman and Riley Mosman. Our champion and reserve champion market goods from Division 2, Kaden Gregory and Chase Hartman. Our champion and reserve champion market goods, Kaden Gregory and Chase Hartman. Our champion and reserve champion purebred market hogs, Lane Mahaffey and Evan Hartman. Our champion and reserve champion market barrel from Division 1, Kaylee Gregory and Owen Gregory. Our champion and reserve champion barrels from Division 2, Brooklyn and Gracie Reynolds, as well as the two that we have yet to crown. Once again, those people are expected to come over to the backdrop area and get their picture taken with the Holstone Farms representative with their hog and their awards. We would like to thank Holstone once again for their support today of the show and their sponsorship. And they would like to have these pictures. So we ask that you please do that in honor of their sponsorship and support.
Testing.
Testing.
Everybody here? A gray Chevy Traverse. They found a livestock trailer out here. A gray Chevy Traverse. They'd like you to move it so they get a livestock trailer. Is anybody in here?
Testing, testing. Okay, we'll see if it... Okay, as we come back out here for our champion barrel drive, hopefully this mic holds here, but I definitely, if you're out here driving, I'd be awfully excited and awfully proud that you made it all the way here. Obviously, we have another go-round to go for the overall, but to win champion barrel at the county fair, I think it's an awfully big honor. And I think it also stands to reason that some of the showmen out here are ones that made it to the top in their respective showmanship divisions as well. And so for those of you that are ringside, wondering, hey, what do we got to do to make it out to the grand drive? What do we got to do to make the one? make sure he got his work done each and every single day. Same thing with these show days. Make sure you kind of get that skin and hair on point, get that showmanship on point, and that's the difference of sort some of those pairs and a really close pair. With that being said, I'm going to get down to the champion battle. I think as we bring them back out, we're not going to take a lot of time on the champions. I think there's one that wins the Crossbred battle pretty quickly. And does so just from the mass, the dimension, they're able to do so in a sound structure, comfortable package, proportions, length to height ratio of where we want them to be. Then when it goes to the belt there will be your champion battle. Okay, as we look at reserve, then that brings two into contention. Taking nothing away from the calico, but the blue eye there and then the black one, talking about both of them. Blue eye barrel, that one obviously has a ditch going down, that one's top. Stepping behind, how much is that one behind? Where's the condition at? That one's flank starting to get a little bit soggy at this stage of the game for this weight. It's got a little extra condition work out there for the front one. Foot size, structure, definitely advantage compared to the one they were also talking about in contention. How just square, how true is that one out of its rear end when it starts going? That's another question I ask yourself. Young lady's got the attractive, good-looking one on the pair. That one from the front 1/3 is really unique, really cool. Love the curvature that one has to it. Its front knee, able to get out and bend it too. It's really shaped and expressing. It's more especially that low hand cycle. It's not a semi-structured. It narrows up at the ground. It drives it in every sense. And it too, maybe we could allow it to flex out of rear just a touch easier. But as we start talking about where they need to be from a size, frame standpoint to hit the market weight that we want to see, have that length high ratio, and do so in a lean package and look. The one that I like second best would be the reserve heavy, reserve overall there.
Our Supreme Champion Market Barrel today was shown by Brady Mcneil. Our Reserve Champion Market Barrel was shown by Brady Mcneil. We will now be choosing our Supreme Champion and Reserve Supreme Champion Market Swine overall in today's show. Who we have for that is Katie Bravery with his Champion Market Belt, and she's partnered with his Reserve Champion Market Belt, as well as Champion Market Barrel and Gracie Reynolds with her Reserve Champion Market Barrel. And Lena Happy and Evan Hartman with their Champion and Reserve Champion Purebreds.
Okay,
Presenting our awards for the Supreme and Supreme Champion Market Swine overall will be Ashley Pullis-Sedan, who is the representative from Holstone Farms today. Once again, let's put our hands together and thank Holstone Farms for being our sponsor and sponsoring the swine show today. status of our ring count. Thank you, everyone. Anyone that ran gates or anything, thank you.
Okay, as we come out for the final drive, let's give up these exhibitors a nice round of applause. A really cool opportunity to start talking about taking out that champion overall. And with that, I'd be remiss if I didn't take a chance to just thank all the ring help. Obviously, this show has moved extremely efficiently. All the kids have done a great job getting their kids to the ring, and that wouldn't happen without everybody working in the back. So we have another round of applause for everybody kind of helping ringside, keeping the show moving. That makes my job a whole lot easier as I come here to sort through these pigs. And as we talk through the ones that are in contention here, we have the purebred. We talked in that division wide, really square as that one comes out. You pull apart to that one center catch. This is just the most comfortable one from a feet and leg standpoint compared to a couple of the other ones. I don't know, that's probably where you got to make your mind up. Then we kind of come to the gilt and the barrow, and I think they fix each other's problems in some areas. And as we talk about that gilt, that one's got a lot of width working in that one. That one's a huge top, really thick-ended, wide and true to the ground, big-footed. That one wants to rotate up on its top line ever so slightly and track outside of itself, out of its rear skeleton, and so that almost attracts its look just a touch. But it's the more attractive for the front one-third option, and that's really where this barrel here, you'd like to redesign it, pick that head, pick that neck setup, allow that one to transition at the top side of that one's shoulder just a touch neater from that standpoint. But I think from a structure perspective, part of the reason why this one's able to maintain its top line so well, that rear foot almost replaces the stride of that front leg. That's a really sound structured one. And I wouldn't call this one light muscle either. It's still able to get out and go with enough power. And in this particular drive, it's still one of the heavier muscle options. And it's still plenty respectable for that division. And so I think we have some differences of look. We have some differences as far as rear leg travel, and some minor things from a structure perspective. And so I'll go out and shake the hand of the champion, and then we'll go ahead and talk the reserve quick, or the one that's in contention for reserve, and then shake the hand of the reserve champion. But just want to say thank you to everybody that helped put this show on. I really enjoyed judging. Thank you to the kids for making this a really fun and enjoyable show. Don't come here and sort.
okay as we bring that reserve bear out here in contention, and I think it's one you definitely consider. It kind of mirrors our champion bear from a structure perspective. It has a little bit more look up front, a little bit more youthful through that thumb on third. The question on that one is how wide does it go to the ground when it drives right at you? How big footed is it when it hits the surface? How square is it in that belay once we get out until ever so slightly? So I think there's some differences to go ahead and sort, but I think there's an absolute creature to use for reserve, and it was extra close, and I was really tempted to go ahead and use this one for champion because that's a really unique mark hog. Blue-eyed one's going to be your reserve champion.
Thank you everyone for coming today. It was a great show. We look forward to seeing you all next year in 2023. If you are a graduate and this is your last show, we would more than be willing to take you next year to help us out. So good luck in school this year with everyone, and we'll see you next year. A reminder, winners need to show up over there at the media board to have their picture taken with the Holstone Farms representative. Remember to clean those stalls out before you leave on Sunday. Turn any of the metal signs that have been hanging installed over the fair. And I think that's everything. Have a great fair. Don't forget that we have your stickers for your stall cards here at the announcer stand. If you need stickers for your stall cards, they're right here in little mason jars at the announcer stand. So make sure you get those and get those on your stall cards.
Yep.